Hey guys. Okay. I think everything is squared away now. Okay. I put in the chat again over here on this side the link to the Google Drive. Let me go ahead and drop it in here one more time, just in cases. But everything should be good to go now. And again, I changed the setting on the other one to where we didn't have the issue with the back and forth thing, because that was just like, that was a lot. That was a lot. That was really frustrating. That was really annoying. But yeah, put a 1 in the chat if you've gone through this lawsuit and read it yourself. Or if this is going to be the first time that you're going to hear the details, drop a 2. I'm just curious to see how many of you guys have started reading over this travesty yourselves already. 0 is not an option. Yeah, this thing is wild. It is so full of lies. It is insanely full of lies. I was shocked. Like, I was expecting so much better. And I'm sorry if it's like bright, but Zelda's in here sleeping on the small little cat bed thing finally for the first time in forever. And she likes it by the window. So I'm trying to keep the window open so she'll stay in here. I was really shocked because this is not Shannon Gray. These are 2 separate attorney law firms, not separate attorneys, law firms. And there are freaking multiple names at the end of this report. Watch this. Look at all these names. Jonathan Kiefer, Jack Hyde, Lindsay Scarcello, Thomas Veritedis, Christopher Love, and William McClure. 2 different big, huge law firms. There is so freaking much wrong information in here. I am shocked. I am so super shocked at the amount of misinformation in this document. It is wild. And I'm telling you now, I'm not going to read a lot of this because about 45% of this is them taking information out of the handbook when it comes to like your basic rules for being a college student, or your basic rules that you go to follow whenever you get a job. You're not going to harass anyone. You're not going to stalk anyone. All these other things, like all these things that are basically like, act like you should act in a workplace. And if you don't, you're signing that we've told you that if you don't follow these rules and you don't act accordingly, then we can get rid of you. It's basically that kind of thing. And claiming that Kohberger signed up to follow these rules and all these things whenever he became a TA, which, okay, cool. But your little terms of service argument don't matter to me when you have a bunch of false information in here. And considering the fact that, again, this is not Shannon Stupid Gray. This is 2 different law firms working together with all these people, 6 different people, and all 6 of these people are stupid. All 6 of these people have already proven that they are stupid because there's nothing but false information in this thing. The state, y'all saw the intro on the other one. The state has already said that there was no stalking. And the basis of this entire thing is that Kohberger was able to stalk the victims because he had access to WSU being close to them and access to their internet. WSU's internet. And they're also saying that WSU should have had backups to show all the information that Kohberger apparently deleted from his computer, which I've already said, it's a school computer. He doesn't have access to like forensically get rid of shit. He doesn't have administration access or whatever. You have to have, like, you have to be the IT guys, all right? Like, unless he's that person and has that kind of access, they're going to have it on their own servers, the stuff that he would have had regardless of what he did to his side of it on his school computer. But they're basically claiming that there was no search warrant filed. Okay, but if there would have been a search warrant filed, what would you have actually found? Because the only thing else that they're also complaining about are the corn searches, but they can't say anything about those when it comes to ResNet, the internet for WSU, because the corn searches came from the Celebrite information from his phone, didn't it? So I don't know. I'm very confused about their argument. And I also know that it's nothing but a bunch of bullshit. It's the Instagram stuff that's not true. It's the stalking stuff that's not true. And the majority of it is handbook stuff. They're also being really ridiculous about like autistic people when it comes to what they're claiming. They're basically just saying that because he has autism and because he has like all these other things that he's prevalent to like being this mass murderer type person, but they're literally generalizing like all of autistic people. All of everyone with like autism. It's very not good. It's very not good. This whole thing is very not good. So we're going to read it. We are going to read some of it here. And I've highlighted a lot of things. And again, I'm not going to read every little detail. That's why I gave y'all access to my notes and to a raw copy. But we are going to, we're going to read the highlights. We are going to read the highlights because this is crazy to me. This is super wackadoodle. Again, I was expecting better. And like I said, like if anything comes from this, let it be some damn unredacted discovery. Because at this point, there's a lot of people that are being mentioned in here that we've read the police reports for. They basically took the reports from ISP and put a bunch of information in there. And as we go through it, we're going to have to reiterate a lot of the things about BK Norton and the false allegations and her creating an event in 2021 to place Kohberger at the scene of another knife crime that he had nothing to do with. And we know that as a fact because we have those documents from Pullman. And she's the one who started all of this. She's the one who started the incident reports because she's the one who he embarrassed when he was arguing with her in front of everyone in the room about a subject that she was talking about in front of the class. She also is a lesbian. And he, in the reports, didn't want the gay pride stickers all over the place. And so they had an argument about that too. She made it personal, in my opinion, based off of the freaking facts in the police reports and what we've already heard from this person herself in the beginning of this. She made this personal. If you're going to lie and create an event that didn't happen and the school has to tell the police that no event took place and you only did that because you wanted to put him there, that's your own personal vendetta. And I can't trust anything that you have now reported at that point because you've shown me you can't be trusted. So keep that stuff in mind as we continue. Because I'm not saying that there's not things that he might not be guilty of in way of maybe being too abrupt with somebody. I don't know him. I can't sit there and defend every little thing. I don't know. But I know for a fact that BK Norton came out and was very verbal, and Truth and Transparency has a video on who she really is with proof. And she has been someone who has not been truthful, and she started a lot of this. And I want to also remind you that even after the information came out about the vehicle, not a single one of these people who jumped out of the woodworks later ever turned Kohberger in as a tip. Even after 11/29, when the vehicle was spotted and they ran the plates and they were like, oh, this one's close enough, and it ran through Kohberger's name, they saw that he had reports against him already. They didn't turn that tip in then either. But then you also have to sit back and maybe question why they wouldn't have turned that tip in. Because I've also questioned before why all of a sudden, out of all these years of WSU and Moscow like working together, Chief Fry denies help from Pullman. But there's also a lot of information in this lawsuit about maybe the reasoning why Chief Fry wouldn't have wanted help from Pullman. Because a lot of you guys know that there was a bunch of like sexual scandals going on at Pullman at the exact same time all of this was wrapping up. As a matter of fact, it says that on November 4th is when the public found out via like media that the guy that was responsible for all of the assault stuff that was going on and all of the bullshit. Well, I can't say responsible because he's not responsible for everyone else lying to cover up his bullshit, but he was the bullshit that everyone got in trouble for covering up is what I'll say. That was publicly reported that he finally resigned on like November 4th, 2022, right before this incident happened. So WSU already had like a shit ton of heat on them. So that's another reason I find it really strange that if they have all of this stuff going on with all of these other people, like that's why Chief Dawn Daniels got promoted to chief, even after the incident where she kept the blood samples from Bryan Kohberger's apartment for 10 days and didn't tell a single soul. Literally, she says that herself. She didn't say a word. She didn't even tell Ann Taylor until Ann Taylor met her in front of Kohberger's apartment on January the 10th. She did that, and she became chief because of all the rest of the crazy shit that was going on and all the other people that just got fired. So I find it strange to me that if they are in the middle of that kind of scandal and they have somebody that's doing all the things that they're claiming that Bryan Kohberger was doing, they wouldn't have taken it more seriously in the middle of something that was already causing them a bunch of grief. Don't you think that they would have wanted to like get it taken care of properly? Or did they actually take care of it properly? And now they're trying to say, oh, we don't want to be in trouble. That's why we got rid of him. Because I'm telling you now, the date of 12/19 being the day that he apparently was terminated, and that being the same day that Moscow got the call saying, hey, the guy that you're looking for is Bryan Christopher Kohberger. It's a little convenient that that happened on the same day. No, WSU got a phone call too. Chief Jenkins, we know for a fact, got a phone call from Chief Fry that day. He went to Pullman the next day, but he got a phone call from Chief Fry the same day. That's like in interviews. So keep that in mind too, because that date's important. That date is so important. Okay. Let me put a banner. Let's see. I'll just put the title of the thing so that people know what we're doing. And then I'm going to start reading. And again, I'm not going to read every little detail, but I'm going to read all the highlights, and we're going to touch on some of the ridiculous things that they have said. And hold on, let me just make sure. Oh, I knew something was off. Hold on a second. I don't have this stream chat set right. Okay. Well, at least I know it doesn't take too much to fix the mistakes whenever the streams go crazy. Okay. Now, I will also tell you there's only one parent per child listed on here. So you're going to see, as you can see, Steve's name, and then Karen for Maddie. And then we have Jeff Kernodle for Xana, and we have Stacy for Ethan. So even though we know that Steve would be Steve and Christy, and we know Stacy would be Stacy and Jim, there's just one per each one. And see, look, Wagstaff and Cartmel. And however the frick you say all this stuff, I don't know. This is weird. I don't know. I don't want to mispronounce all of these. I don't know what that says. I know Cochran, but the rest of that, I don't know. But these are two different states. This is Kansas City, Missouri for Wagstaff and Cartmel. And the other one is in Tacoma, Washington. And it does talk about how they have, like why they chose jurisdiction. Because I know some people were questioning why it was filed in Skagit County. And I think it's because of Stacy Chapin. I skimmed through that part. I mean, I read that part, but it wasn't anything important enough to keep it to my mind. So we'll be rereading it together here in just a second. I'm going to go right here in case I have to highlight a comment from you guys. Okay. Here we go. Plaintiffs bring causes of action against defendant Washington State University and allege the following. This case arises out of the violent assault and murder of 4 University of Idaho students by a WSU employee with a known history of threatening, stalking, and predatory behavior. WSU brought Bryan Kohberger to Pullman, Washington in the Pacific Northwest to serve as a teaching assistant in the Criminal Justice and Criminology Department, while he also worked to obtain a PhD with a study focused on sexually motivated burglars and serial killers. Kohberger was heavily reliant on WSU, who paid him a salary, provided free on-campus housing, medical benefits, and free tuition, all conditioned on his behavior and subject to being revoked. Pullman, Washington is only a few miles from Moscow, Idaho, home to the University of Idaho, and the combined area is referred to as the Pullman-Moscow community. Almost immediately upon his arrival to the Pullman Moscow community, Kohberger developed a reputation for discriminatory, harassing, and stalking behavior, instilling substantial fear among young female students and fellow WSU employees, necessitating regular security escorts for multiple females. Now, don't you think if it was really that freaking serious that somebody would have filed a freaking police report? Out of all of these 13 formal complaints, not a single person told their parents or talked to other people and was told, you need to go to the cops. Because I FOIA'd Pullman long time ago. And everything they sent me when it came to Bryan Kohberger was requests like mine and the assistantship, whatever the hell that he didn't get. That was it. There was no police reports, no nothing. And what were we told? That the girl that was saying that somebody broke into her apartment never made a police report. There's actually something kind of different. I believe it's about the same person in this lawsuit, and it's definitely something that we've never heard before. But we know that Chief Jenkins told us she didn't make a report. She didn't make a report. But again, I say, if you've got 13 freaking people filing formal complaints against some guy, and it's all females, and you're in the middle of already what's happening, which we're going to get to all those details. They've got it all laid out in here. Why would you not take this more seriously? And why wouldn't somebody have called the police? Why wouldn't have somebody actually put in a real police report? Why are you only filing it with the school? Why are you not filing it with WSU Police Department? Why are you not going further and contacting Pullman Police Department? No one did any of that. And again, no one called him in as a tip, even after the car information came out. So how scary could he have been? And that's a serious question. You've got all these people, over a dozen people, plus professors, plus a whole department, and nobody calls this dude in as a tip, hearing all this crazy shit. You're saying all this stuff about him and you don't call him in as a tip? I don't believe it. Like, it doesn't make any logical common sense. I can't be the only one that feels that way. That makes no sense to me. It just makes no sense to me. See, right here. Despite receiving at least 13 formal reports of Kohberger's inappropriate, predatory, and menacing behavior, not a single police report was to be seen. WSU failed to respond in any meaningful way and allowed Kohberger's escalating behavior to continue unchecked, but not unchecked because he had meetings. They had meetings about him. It was not unchecked. People were talking to him about the situation. We have the Idaho State Police reports. So that's not true. This is also what's crazy. What they basically say in here, and I'm jumping ahead because I read the whole damn thing. See, this is why I don't like reading ahead, and I like actually like reacting with you guys to things, because I can react this way with all these details off the top of my head in a live reaction. We do it all the time. But when I've already read the shit, I jump ahead, and it just not really how I like doing things, but now I don't have a freaking choice. This whole foreseeable and in fact predictable bullshit they're doing right here, they're taking a statement from a report where somebody said that if they gave Kohberger a PhD, he would become hereditary with the authority, and he would go around harassing students and blah, blah, blah. They're taking that statement as saying that WSU literally foresaw him committing this quadruple homicide with that statement. How do you get I foresee he's going to be a mass murderer from, I think his PhD is going to make him be, a little bit nasty. And maybe somebody's going to have to punch him in the mouth a couple times. Because that's basically what they're saying. Versus what this report's trying to say it means. And it's a wild reach. It is a wild reach. Okay. I will try to stop jumping ahead. Okay. On November 13th, 2022, a foreseeable and in fact predictable tragedy occurred when Kohberger entered the bedrooms of 4 undergraduate students and violently to death. These deaths should not and would not have occurred if WSU had acted appropriately. Again, because of the fact that the state can't lay out any facts, I can't say that that's an actual factual statement, even with a plea, because we don't know that that's the truth. After Kohberger pled guilty in July of 2025 to 4 counts of first-degree murder and burglary, various law enforcement agencies began releasing files from their investigations. Those files, together with other information in the public domain, paint a deeply disturbing picture of the breathtaking level of organizational paralysis and inaction by WSU that enabled Kohberger over a period of months to stalk his victims. I'll just stop there. I'll stop there. Just for a second. Just for a second. How do you expect to be taken seriously when you are putting false information in your filing? When you are putting false information in your filing that we already know is false and has been false since the very beginning. Now, I'm going to go ahead and play my little thingy.
This discussion of the possibility she may
that I had in the trailer. Because even the family said, no, we didn't hear anything, right? Kaylee didn't tell us anything. Kaylee never told us anything about a stalker. No, we would have known that. But then what else did we hear? That apparently somebody was watching Kaylee from the trees. And where does that story come from? It comes from Bethany. Now, in going back and listening to all of these reports, it's very obvious that Bethany is the only person that Kaylee said this to. Because even in the reports even in the interviews with Dylan, even on 11/13/22, when Mallory asks her this question, she says, when I was talking to blank, she said, blah, 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 basically reiterating what Bethany said to Dylan. So Bethany was the only person that Kaylee called and said this to about the person in the bushes. And everyone just started taking that and saying, I heard this, I heard that, Kaylee said this. But it was only said directly to Bethany. But even so, if there was a stalker, it couldn't have been Bryan Kohberger. Because the people that put him in prison for life have come out and already stated that multiple times. So let's go ahead and play this real quick.
This discussion of the possibility she may have had a stalker, have police been able to stand that up or not? They see.
Actually, I don't know if y'all can hear that because of the way that it's sharing. Let me stop the screen and reshare just to make sure that y'all have audio. Okay.
This discussion of the possibility she may have had a stalker, have police been able to stand that up or not? They seem to be knocking that down.
Obviously, any of that information would be new to us as well. She was extremely cautious. She was very vigilant. I think that she really would have noticed something and she would have said it to us. She wasn't, scared to get us involved in her life in any capacity like that.
Kaylee said when everyone was gone, me and we were at the sorority house for a meeting. And it was only Kaylee and she was thinking Murphy out. This was a while ago. And she said she swears she saw someone staring at her while she was taking the dog out to pee from the backyard. How long ago that was? Maybe a month.
Mr. Kohberger allegedly stalked one of the victims. That's false. You know that to be false. Which one? That Mr. Kohberger allegedly stalked one of the victims. You knew that was false. For anybody who had never heard that before, that question is now planted into them, unqualified representation that Mr. Kohberger stalked one of the witnesses, and that's false.
We do not have evidence that the defendant had direct contact with 1122 or with residents of 1122, but we can put his phone in that area. There are many residences in that area. It's a dense population of mostly college-related occupants.
This discussion of the possibility.
So tell me how you can sit there and file a lawsuit claiming that WSU's lack of action caused Kohberger to be able to stalk the victims if the case has no stalking. If they are going to charge him for burglary and the murders, don't you think they would have charged him for stalking? Because you can be charged for stalking. Not only are they not charging him for stalking, but they're blatantly coming out and arguing that there was none. Not when it comes to Kohberger. So if somebody was stalking Kaylee, it wasn't Kohberger. And if Kohberger wasn't the one stalking Kaylee, then who the frick was? Who was? Somebody was watching her. But it apparently wasn't Bryan. Yes, that's the problem I had too. I was waiting and waiting and waiting. But when Thompson stood up and said what he just said at the beginning of that, and then after, when they had the press conference, it was no better. I was even more confused. I mean, y'all saw how angry. We were all angry. It made no sense. We went into this being like, oh my God, there's no way in freaking hell that this is what's going on. But maybe, just maybe, after this and this whole thing is done and the court goes to the presser, maybe we'll get some info. But the second that Bill Thompson opened his mouth, we knew that that wasn't going to happen. And then what does he do? He comes out and he says that the federal agents told him 2 weeks after the murders took place not to even bother asking the person that they arrested why they did it. Meaning that he has never even bothered to try to figure that out in the past 3 years and just used that as some bullshit excuse. And in all honesty, do we even know if that's an actual fact? Or is he just being told that he can just say whatever the hell he wants to because the feds didn't have to show any of their work and everything about them pretty much was going to be deleted from the trial anyway? The feds did everything in this case, and they did everything they could to delete the feds from this case for a reason. But then they get to blame the FBI for not asking any questions. Like, it's just so insane. It really is so freaking insane. So let's go on to the next false statements here. Before WSU brought Kohberger to the Pullman Moscow community, he had a history of H addiction, which we know to be factual. This is not new information. He had been arrested for theft, which is true. He stole his sister's phone, and him and someone else took it to a kiosk to sell it because they were out of their substance. They were out of their substance, and his own parents called the cops on him, which also goes into what we've already said and what was said in the interview that his sister Melissa came out and did that we've gone over here recently. If they would have thought that it was Kohberger, they would have called the police. So if you think that they're going to not call the cops if they think that he just murdered 4 people, but they had no qualms calling the cops when he took a phone, y'all don't have very high IQs. I'm sorry. But they've already shown in their pattern of behavior, they have no problem doing the right thing. I feel like a phone is a whole lot less important than 4 people, and they would have probably had no problem at all if they really felt like he was responsible. That's just my opinion here. Now, they're also going to go on to talk about the posts. We still have not had the time to go through all of the posts, but everything that they do mention in here, I have read in them. And most of you guys by now have also gone over them as well. So a lot of this is going to be stuff that you've actually heard before. And he made numerous posts over a period of years on public online forums, commenting about his inability to feel emotion and crazy thoughts. He had been removed from a vocational program in high school because of problems with women, and later, local business owners had become so alarmed at his behavior towards young women that staff kept electronic notes about him to warn female staff when he arrived. We've all heard this, and it's going to be mentioned again in more detail, so I will wait till we get to that to get into the details of all the things. He also had pursued a graduate degree in criminology where he demonstrated a particular fascination with serial killers, as did everyone else, including all of the professors. And that's another thing that you guys are going to see. They're going to reiterate a lot of what we've already seen here. They are going to use all of the things that he has been assigned to do, use all of the things that all the other students have also been looking at and studying and writing about. They're going to use all of it against him. And they're going to say that it's a infatuation that drove him here, while the same people that are basically claiming those things also technically have the exact same fascination. That's why they're in the business that they're in. So it's interesting just to see how they end up turning it. You know what I mean? Almost immediately upon Kohberger's arrival to the Pullman Moscow community, he began demonstrating antisocial, disturbing, and menacing behaviors. In August of 2022, early in the semester, a fellow graduate student began leaving her office door open because she believed this guy was going to do something inappropriate with a student. You see the quotations? You see the quotations? That means it's coming straight up from a police report. They're getting the majority of this information from the Idaho State Police reports. Because at this point, I don't think that they've actually released the information from the school. I know when I got stuff from Pullman, it was things that had been sent over from WSU to Pullman over to Brett Payne. So it wasn't like all of the stuff of Kohberger's, but it was the majority of, I think there was like 15 different drops. There was a lot. That live got pulled because there was a bunch of email addresses from people that had FOIA'd information. So we still have to sit down and go through all of that all over again in separate pieces, because there's stuff in there about different knives that were found. That's where we found out about the knife that was found at the, the coffee something apartments where Brent Kopaka lived. That's where that information came from. We knew about that like some months ago. There's a lot in there. There's a lot in there, including Ann Taylor wanted to speak with certain officers and setting up appointments with private investigators. But I don't know what came of any of that, because it only gives us information about it being set up, but it doesn't give us any of the rest of it. They didn't give us any of the rest of it. So I don't know. Okay, and said that Kohberger struck her as a stalker or sexual assaulter type. Based on how Kohberger talked to and treated women, another fellow graduate student described him as a possible future R-worder. And Kohberger's supervising instructor was aware that several female graduate students had reported that they were very uncomfortable with interactions they had with him. Female graduate students also complained that he made them feel unsafe. He was noted to be obsessed with studying sexually motivated burglars and serial killers. On multiple occasions, and with multiple WSU female staff members and fellow students, Kohberger would regularly stand close to their desks, loom over them, and would block their exits from on-campus offices for long periods of time. One female graduate student reported that Kohberger would trap her in her office and try to talk to her about the Ted Bundy murders. Well, I remember reading that report, and I remember them claiming that he had read a paper that this person had written on Ted Bundy. So he went up to her to talk to her about the paper that she had written, which was also something that they both were studying. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I know that he might have like a harsh approach. I'm sure to some people that don't know how to deal with people with autism or people that have other issues, and maybe there could have been some softerness there. I don't know. I wasn't here for these interactions. But to me, it sounds like he was trying to do something and maybe he just wasn't too good at it. And it maybe came up a little bit more harsh, or maybe more brass, maybe. But again, this person wrote a paper. He was finding a like interest in trying to have a conversation with her is really like all that I can tell. And again, we've read these reports. So they are people that have come forward to the police, but in the reports, the names are redacted. But what we do have are the witness lists. So now we can go into the witness list from both the defense and the state and try to figure out like who is who. But we have to be careful with that too, because you don't want to mix up the wrong person with the wrong report, because that's putting, them in a different story than what's reality. So you got to be careful. You got to be careful with that. Maybe that's one of the things I'm wondering is going to happen with this. Is there going to be like a court session that happens where we can watch it, where all the people that wrote these reports have to come in and actually give their deposition about all of this? Because if they're going to try to claim that WSU is liable for like all these issues, like they're going to have to prove their case. And if their basis is, they allowed him to have all the resources he needed and the proximity that he needed to stalk them while there's no stalking, then I don't know what else they're going to do. I don't know what else they're going to do. So we'll see. I just want something to come from this, I guess. I want something to come from this. Thanks for the 2, Michelle. I appreciate that. Thank you for the gifted membership, Kimberly. Thank you for the 5 dry. This could actually be really good for getting the truth out depending on how hard WSU fights it. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. I really do hope that depositions and information and other things come from this because Idaho hasn't done shit with it. But I already don't have a good feeling about it because look at all the false information that's in this. Look at all the false information that's in this. But could it be a tactic? So let me stop for a second. Could all of the bullshit wrong information in here, knowing how easy it was for me this morning to go in and find everything that I needed in order to combat this coming out of the state's own face, there's no way that these lawyers don't know this stuff. So could this be a tactic that they're using so that WSU's lawyers have to come in and defend the truth because it's full of bullshit? But could all the bullshit get it thrown out? Like, I don't know how any of it works. So I guess I need to ask an attorney. If you're filing something full of lies that can be proven publicly, no subpoenas needed, no search warrants needed, it's out there to the public, and that you can be proven right there that it's full of bullshit, can it get thrown out for being full of lies? I don't know. I feel like it should be. Right? Like it should get thrown out if it's full of untruths. But I don't know how it works in these kind of cases. Like, are they going to go to court and have to have WSU like prove that Kohberger wasn't stalking them by producing the information from the state and having to subpoena the state for the court files? I don't know. I'm really curious. Oh, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships, Colin. And welcome, Kristen. Congratulations to those who got those memberships. No, I guess not. Oh, actually, maybe. See, I don't know. That's a good question. Because if they're going to charge him for burglary, why wouldn't they have charged him for stalking if they possibly could? If they could have made him look more guilty, why wouldn't they? Right? Like, why wouldn't they? Isn't it right? That's what I'm wondering. Is it a play? I don't know. I don't know if it's a play. But I feel like it. Because you've got 2 big law firms putting this shit together. And look at all the wrong information. Like, how is that not being done on purpose? And I don't want to have to think that way. But how can I not think that way? When so much, it's not just like one thing. It's almost all of it. It's lies, untruths, and handbook, terms of services. The entire thing. I just don't know. Okay. It is very poorly written. It actually is pretty poorly written. And that's why it's crazy because there's 6 names on it. So does that mean that this is like one of those documents like MPD had with the PCA where it was like one of those living documents where people had access and could just like go in and do whatever? I don't know. But watch, for those of you who don't know all of the insanity that was going on with WSU at the time, just wait. Oh, thank you for the $2, Be My Rose. Thank you so much. And thank you for the gifted membership. Good vibes. I appreciate that. I haven't missed anybody, have I? Okay, no. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It's just wild to me that this is what they filed. So I want to feel like it's on purpose, but I feel like that could also be giving them too much credit, but I don't know. So I'm just going to say it could go either way at this point. It could go either way. Okay. And again, I say, if it was so bad that they had to have people escort people to their vehicles, I don't see how out of 13 reports, one of them didn't end up a police report. At least maybe not like anything to where anything happened, but just to have a report filed, like nothing anywhere. Not even The instance with the bookstore chick, which we did read a report about, and I'm really, really, really wondering if she really felt like it was Kohberger. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, we'll get to it here in this too. But if I really felt like if she thought that it was him, like, why wouldn't her and her husband have done like more to make sure that it was reported? It's just, I don't know. Okay. Kohberger followed several female students and staff to their cars for after hours. Multiple female students and staff members were so uncomfortable with Kohberger's behavior that security escorts were arranged for them after 5 p.m. Escorts that in some instances were provided by professors and in other instances by the WSU Police Department. Yet not a single report to the actual cops. You are having a police escort? You're having the college campus police escort you to your car, and this guy is not getting fired beforehand. He's not being questioned and told by the cops to leave people alone. How? And of course I had to correct this because it was wrong. Uncertain is actually what this should have said. Certain if these staff members told others that Kohberger had been stalking them. Uncertain is what this should have said. Some graduate students reported that they kept their on-campus doors shut in an effort to keep Kohberger out, while others left their doors open as a place of refuge for others if they felt threatened by Kohberger. Literally everyone is rearranging how they do everything in their whole freaking college life, and no one is calling the cops because it's ridiculous. Welcome, Denise. Welcome. That makes no sense to me. They make him sound like he was doing some really horrible shit, but no cop ever got really involved. And I don't want to hear this because where's the WSU Police Department speaking to Kohberger about the instance? Because if you're getting the PD involved, they're not just going to not talk to the guy, especially when he lives in campus housing. So that needs to make more sense to me. Especially these extremes. Especially. In one instance, early in the semester, Kohberger so verbally attacked a female student in the classroom that she fled in tears, leaving all of her belongings behind. He did not verbally attack her. According to the police reports in the Idaho State Police drop of all of these interviews, they were arguing some subject. I can't remember it off the top of my head right now, but it's all been reviewed before. They were arguing some subject and they didn't like each other's opinions and they got into a heated debate together. They were talking to each other with the same energy from how we're understanding the truth. This is the same person, as far as I'm understanding, that started the HR reports. This is BK Norton, the one who one more time lied about Kohberger in 2021 by telling the police department that there was an event that took place that put him there for a school event at the time of the knife event of 2021 in that area. She lied to put his name on the suspect list so it would look like he was guilty for more things than what people were already claiming he was guilty for, because she doesn't like him, and right here is the reason why. He also tried to ask this girl out for coffee the same way that he tried to ask the guy out in the back of the police car in Pennsylvania to go to coffee with him, because that seems like his go-to. There's so many reports claiming that he would walk in with the coffee. He would have a coffee with him all the time. Look at the Walmart footage. He was walking around with the coffee. Coffee is like this dude's life and how he tries to socialize, it seems. It sounds to me from all of the reports and everything that we have read that he was trying to maybe make some sort of amends with this person by asking her to go out for coffee. And because they've already had arguments like in the classroom, and they had arguments about the gay pride flag stickers and their whatever argument they had about not wanting them all over the place versus her wanting to put them everywhere, she didn't want to deal with him. But she never, ever, ever says that when she says no to him, that he called her a bad name, that he raised his voice, that his face changed, that his eyes got dark. None of those things. There was like nothing that she said other than she turned him down and got in her car because her girlfriend showed up. And the next day she goes and she turns him into HR because she doesn't like the fact he asked her out for coffee, thinking it was some sort of sexual advance that he was doing on purpose after already knowing that she was a lesbian and not into dudes. That's literally the report, guys. That's literally the report. And she is who started the tally system. She's who started all the other things. And she is still someone who did not call the cops and say that she thought Bryan Kohberger could have been the one who committed the murders at 1122 King Road, even after all these horrible things that she thought about him and her stalking his every move. Yeah, that's right. She was watching everything that he was doing, keeping track of when he was late to class, whose class he was late to, where he was going, if he was coming and going, who he was talking to. She was watching him. Don't you think she knew what kind of car he drove? Don't you think she knew what his car looked like? She never called him in as a tip. As much as she hated him, she never called him in as a tip. That's important. In my opinion, that's important. Kohberger was described as very angry, as if he had built up fury or rage. That was in one report, and I think it was from this exact same person. One sophomore student reported that Kohberger had followed her and told her bosses at WSU about the incident. In response, they told her she should not be alone with Kohberger and suggested that campus security should escort her out, and commented that she was not the first person to report such problems with him. So now we have the WSU bosses asking campus security to escort a girl outside and saying, don't be alone with him. Don't do it. It's dangerous. And you're not the first person to complain about him. And yet no one's calling the cops. No one's calling the police. I'm not understanding how this didn't go into a police report if it was seriously this serious. I, again, do not want to discredit people that are coming out here and saying these things, because to them, it might have been this way. I don't know. These are all after the fact things, in my opinion, because I don't know. I don't know. But how are we not calling the cops at this point? How are you just having some sort of plan and at the end of the day determining that he really didn't do anything wrong until it was too late, if it was this serious? In the middle of y'all already having heat for not punishing people who were doing this, for not punishing a predatory police officer, for keeping it quiet. You had to replace the top 3 people in command because they kept it hush. And the guy that was doing all the nasty things was the last one to go. A week and a half before the murders. A week and a half before the murders. Isn't that a bit crazy? Thank you for the 5, Natasha. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for the $9.99, Carrie Collins Music. Much love to you from PA, Jules. We all appreciate your constant hard work and dedication. You're the best. Thank you for being here from Pennsylvania. I am glad that people are starting to really pay attention to facts. Because I'm not trying to discredit experiences, but I'm also going to always come out and ask the questions, because somebody apparently has to. The state's not even trying. And again, I really want depositions. I want truth to come out of this. And if they have the real reports that we can read, I don't want to hear what they told Idaho State Police after Bryan Kohberger was already arrested. I want to know what the actual reports say. And just like in this, right, like they're showing WSU policy stuff. They're showing the admonishment trespassing letter. They're showing the payment plan, not payment plan. They're showing the behavior plan, I guess is what they called it. They have a picture of that in here. But they don't have the tally. They don't have this tally system that kept track of all these things. And you think if they're going to mention it, that they would be showing it the way they're showing other things. They could have put it in there. It's not there. So where is it? Does it exist? Or is it just something in somebody's head and it's not real? It's just this person with some sort of vendetta and it's not a real thing. Because why haven't we seen it yet? The Goncalveses, namely Steve, have been mentioning it for so long now and we've yet to see it. Does it even exist? Did she ever give it to the police? Where is it? They mention it all the time. And it's been non-existent. Give me 1 second. Yes. Thank you for the 199. Word for this case, asinine. Definitely. Definitely. They could have came in here with some facts, not stuff that didn't make sense. Because this is crazy. And again, this is reports that are public. That's why the quotations. They're not going in and interviewing other people. They're getting stuff that's already public information. And again, what do the original reports say? That's what I want to know. On other occasions, this sophomore supervisor would take her home so that she did not have to walk by herself or take public transportation. And she became concerned about all of the precautions that needed to be taken because of Kohberger's behavior, but no one called the cops. On more than one occasion, WSU employees would stay in a room where Kohberger was engaging with one of their colleagues out of concern that the colleague should not be left alone with him. On another occasion, a WSU employee told her colleague to email her with the subject heading 911 if she needed help because of Kohberger. On yet another occasion, a WSU undergrad fled into a bathroom to hide from Kohberger because she was so uncomfortable with his scary behaviors. As early as mid-September 2022, WSU professors were discussing the need to do an intervention with Kohberger because of his treatment of female students. By September or October 2022, a WSU professor believed that Kohberger was stalking people. Again, something that has no proof at all. One student learned that Kohberger had photos of her and another female classmate on his cell phone. Now, this is the question I have for this, and I've mentioned this when we first found out about this a while back. Do you guys remember the Dateline episode? In the Dateline episode, they had like the blurry pictures that they tried to say they had gotten from Celebrite, and they were saying that it was students from both schools. What came of that is somebody calling the police, and I believe it's in the ISP reports because the ISP reports go past the date that Dateline came out. In the report, it says that somebody called and said that she could have sworn that it was her and her friend that was in one of these blurry pictures that they showed on Dateline. Dateline didn't show anything that you could really tell was anyone. The only thing that you could really sort of maybe make out is if it was like an inside or outside photo, because like the back of it would be like green or blue. But other than that, like you couldn't tell anything. It was so blurred. You could only make out that there were people in it with the background, but you couldn't make out anything else. So there's been no information at all that came out that said that the pictures were shown to this girl and that she found the exact photo that shows her and her friend. The only thing that we have heard is that she thought it was her and she called it in from seeing it on the Dateline episode, and that's been it. So they got this from information that's already out there, something that we've already heard, but I don't remember seeing anything that said that this girl was shown the photos. Yeah, the mom called it in and said that her daughter, okay, see that they were later taken from Instagram. So right there is something that they've already shown is incorrect, and they're putting it in here without substantiating any of it. None of it. That's crazy. Kohberger's victims were encouraged to report his behaviors, and a number of them did. The WSU Office of Compliance and Civil Rights, or CCR, had at least 13 formal complaints related to Kohberger. Yet the individual in charge of acting on those complaints later reported that she had neither met nor even spoken with him. That's a problem. If everything is true that they were claiming, and the person in charge, while they were already in the middle of this sex scandal with the police department over there, the WSU police department, there would be no reason for them to have not taken this more seriously, given what they were already dealing with. Because the feds had already fined them for things from the past and everything else. They already knew they weren't immune to getting in trouble. So don't you think that in the middle of all of this, that they would have been doing better? That's why, like, it's so astounding, because if any of this portion of all of this is true, at the very least, this department has failed yet again to do their job, just in process-wise. process-wise, because this person should have at least sat down and spoke to him. But if there's a behavior plan, how am I supposed to believe she hasn't actually sat down and talked to him? Because that's how the plan was implemented. It all came from this department. So that's why I'm hoping for some proof, for them to subpoena evidence from WSU and it be accepted and it come public, because then we'll know for sure what the reports claim, who all was touching things. There's so many different names already in the Pullman reports for people that were looking at stuff. And at the end of the day, what did we hear? The same professor that had issues with him, Professor Snyder, said that firing Bryan Kohberger would be a mistake that could lead to civil lawsuits, meaning the school did not have any standing in way of right to terminate when it came to Kohberger. And his professor that did not like him is the one that came out and said that. That speaks volumes. You have to consider that. That speaks volumes. One student complained that she was unsatisfied with how prior reports about Kohberger had been handled, and she did not believe that WSU would adequately protect her from retaliation. Later on in this, you're going to read this exact same statement again, just written a little bit differently. And what it says is that this same person didn't like the way that her initial informal report was taken. Well, if you're not going to formally file the report and you're not going to follow the processes that are in place for you to file said report, then you can't be mad at the way that it doesn't get handled if you don't do it correctly. So just keep that part in mind. But she continued to report her experiences to the program chair and other faculty, stating that Kohberger's actions made her feel unsafe. Another graduate student made complaints about Kohberger and was directed to copy them to another department at WSU, but she was reluctant to do so because she had had bad experiences with it in the past. So because she didn't file a formal complaint and didn't like the way that department did not handle her non-complaint, she didn't want to CC them on the information because she failed to do what she needed to do in the first place, and their actions she didn't like, and she's blaming them. So once again, she's not going to do what she was told to do. Once again, she's not going to follow process and do as she is told. Then she's going to come out here and complain about the way things were done. Am I not like the only one seeing how pathetically dumb this is? Like, this is stupid. This is stupid. Dumb, dumb, dumb. Another graduate student made complaints about Kohberger and was directed to blur at that part. One female student reported that she wondered why people in power in the WSU Criminal Justice Department did not meaningfully address Kohberger's behavior. During one of several faculty meetings where Kohberger was discussed extensively, one faculty member remarked, "Mark my words." And this is what I'm talking about when I say they took this and now they're saying WSU foresaw him committing mass murder. That's what they're going to claim here, okay? Mark my words. I work with predators. If we give him a PhD, that's the guy that in many years when he is a professor, we will hear is harassing, stalking, and essaying his students. This same professor believed that Kohberger was already stalking people. They took this and went with, this is them predicting that he was going to commit what he committed on 11/13, according to them. It's a wild-ass stretch. Wild-ass stretch. Kohberger's supervising instructor, however, and this is Snyder, this is what I just mentioned, was concerned that removing him from employment at WSU would open the university up to a civil lawsuit from Kohberger, thereby elevating the financial interest of the university above the safety and security of student, staff, and members of the Pullman Moscow community. No, because if they had 13 formal reports and he was literally physically actually doing all these bullshit things, it wouldn't have been a wrongful termination. They would have had all the receipts to back it up. So that doesn't make any sense for the one man that he constantly argued with and the one that did not like him the most to say that. That means a lot to me. That means a lot to me. That's almost on the level of Cy Ray working for the defense for the first time ever and it being pro bono. It's almost up there. Not quite, but almost. So let's keep that in mind again. The WSU Police Department is intended to be a critically important bulwark when it comes to protecting students in the community from harassment. I have to be careful. I can say it every now and then, but YouTube will definitely do some dumb shit if I say it too many times. That's just not my fault. It's called YouTubese. We got to deal with it. From all of that to stalking and dangerous predators. However, prior to Kohberger being hired by WSU and arriving in the Pullman Moscow community, here we go. This is the past. The WSU Police Department, had a long, troubling, and sordid history of tolerating and, in fact, fostering inappropriate sexual behavior in its own ranks and discouraging complete and accurate reporting of such misconduct. In 2007, when my child was born, so her birthday is in a week. She's about to be 19. So 19 years ago, the WSU chief of police was demoted after an internal investigation found he had viewed inappropriate emails on his university computer, forwarded those to other WSU police, and invited them to view them. In 2011, WSU was fined over $80,000 by federal officials because of multiple essays that were not properly reported. WSU did not dispute the findings of the federal investigation. All of these are going to be mentioned again with more detail here in a minute. In 2022, I don't have the paper up. Hold on. How long has that been going on? Oh my goodness. Okay. In 2022, WSU undertook an investigation of improper sexual activities by the WSU police force involving allegations that an officer had sex with a victim in the presidential suite of the Martin Stadium and the WSU Observatory while on duty, and that WSU Police Department leadership did not properly report the incidents. Now, I will also say here that a lot of people have a theory about maybe somebody inside of 1122 having an inappropriate relationship with one of the police officers that was patrolling that night. There's a lot of people with that theory. So this being what was happening at WSU at the time is interesting. It's interesting. The investigation ultimately found that police department leadership exhibited gross misconduct, incompetence, and neglect of duty in response to claims of sexual misconduct. In August of 2022, WSU, make sure the paper's up. Okay. WSU Police Chief, Assistant Chief, and Captain, 3 top authority, all resigned just months prior. All resigned prior to facing discipline for their actions. In response, WSU President Kirk Schultz issued a public statement indicating that WSU will not tolerate this kind of behavior nor the negligence of departmental command staff. A subsequent investigation into the offending officer during the fall semester of 2022 found that he engaged in predatory grooming behavior while in a supervisory role and had a history of sexual misconduct, and that the WSU Police Command fostered an environment that discouraged reporting sexual misconduct. And I said, who is this again? But they do all the names again here in a minute. It was against the above described backdrop of WSU administrative inaction and police department dysfunction that Kohberger arrived in the Pullman Moscow community, immediately began engaging in overt harassing, stalking, and predatory behaviors, including repeatedly stalking over a period of months the 4 victims that he ultimately murdered on November 13th, 2022. So I guess we have to do this again. We have to.
This discussion of the possibility she may have had a stalker. Have police been able to stand that up, or not? They seem to be knocking that down.
Obviously, any of that information would be new to us as well. She was extremely cautious. She was very vigilant. I think that she really would have noticed something, and she would have said it to us. She wasn't, scared to get us involved in her life in any capacity like that.
Kaylee said when everyone was gone, me and were at the sorority house for a meeting, and it was only Kaylee, and she was taking Murphy out to pee. This was a while ago, and she said she swears she saw someone staring at her while she was taking the dog out to pee from the
How
backyard.
long ago that was?
Maybe like a month.
Mr. Kohberger allegedly stalked one of the victims. That's false. You know that to be false. Which one? That Mr. Kohberger allegedly stalked one of the victims. You knew that was false. For anybody who had never heard that before, that question is now planted into them, unqualified representation that Mr. Kohberger stalked one of the witnesses, and that's false.
We do not have evidence that the defendant had direct contact with 1122 or with residents of 1122, but we can put his phone in that area. There are many residences in that area. It's a dense population of mostly college-related occupants.
So, again, I don't know how they're able to just come in here and put a bunch of just false information into this lawsuit. I don't understand it. I don't understand it at all. But I'm really just, how is a judge going to sit there and look at this information and not already know, because of what's been said in the public at the hearings, that it's bullshit? Like, it's not anything that, again, has to be subpoenaed. There doesn't need to be a search warrant. It's on YouTube. It's on the MPD website. It's on the ISP website. It's on the case of interest website. All of the documents are out there. I don't understand. I don't understand. Subsequent forensic examination of Kohberger's electronic devices revealed that he had performed many searches regarding home invasions, co-ed killings, and serial killers. Kohberger's search history also revealed internet searches about psychopaths, paranoia, and porn involving exclusively non-consensual acts. Kohberger's search history also included research on a serial killer named Danny Rolling, who murdered 5 college students in Gainesville, Florida, by entering a college apartment through a sliding glass door, masked and dressed in black, and his victims to death using a K-bar knife, all features of Kohberger's latest murders. For one, we covered the Gainesville Ripper here because we noticed the similarities between the story that was being told in this case and the Gainesville Ripper story. We covered this. I think we went over a rendition of the story being told by Mr. Ballin. I think that's what we did, just to like go over it, the basics of it anyway. But we also have to keep in mind, again, that he is a criminology student. Everyone that he takes classes with are looking up things based on their assignments. Now, I don't know if the corn searches are something that he was looking up because of an assignment or not. That's the only thing that because we don't know the facts, can't just explain away. I've said that since day one. I don't agree with any of that kind of thing. So that's the one thing that I don't know. But everything else I can literally say, this is what he was in school for. This is what everyone else was discussing. And if you go back and you look at the police photos from the Idaho State Police, because that's where the majority of them have come from, there's photos of his reports that we still need to go over. A lot of you guys have been asking for specifically the one he wrote about innocent people pleading guilty. He wrote an entire paper about it. So we still have to go over that. And there's like a bunch of different ones he wrote. Plus, again, his social media post. I've told you guys, once things slow down in the courtroom, we'll go over all that stuff. But you can't fault him for looking up all these things that are related to his freaking PhD degree when he's not only a student, but also a teaching assistant. And this was his life. Just like everyone else in that campus that was taking the exact same classes. You could say this exact same stuff for all of them when it comes to what was being looked up. The discussions that were being had. We saw the syllabus of the books that he was required to purchase from Amazon. It was like $100 worth of books for a report. So again, most of these things he's looking up because he's told to. That's important to remember. Subsequent law enforcement investigation also revealed that Kohberger had driven around the home of the murder victims in the middle of the night over a dozen times as early as August 2022. Again, another lie. Another lie. In what I just played you, Bill Thompson specifically says they don't know where he was. They just know that he was, per the phone ping, in that vast area. Yeah, like at the shopping centers where we know that he shopped because we have receipts. He could have just driven a little bit out of his apartment and been using that exact same cell phone tower. He could be in his apartment. And because of traffic and because of the way that this stuff moves around, still connect to that tower and not even be over there. As a matter of fact, the PCA does entail a false ping the next day on the 14th, proving that they know that some of it can be bullshit. You have to take into consideration all of the little details when it comes to what's going on here. They cannot prove that he was in that neighborhood. They can't. And they have said it several times themselves. Despite having a formal threat assessment team, a now common practice at universities to proactively identify, assess, and manage individuals who may pose a risk of violence, WSU wholly failed to follow that process with Kohberger and instead allowed his dangerous behaviors to escalate while it simultaneously continued to support him financially, provide him with access to university resources and students, and keep him housed rent-free in the Pullman-Moscow community. As a result of WSU's actions and failures, 4 young college students were brutally murdered, again, placing it all on WSU. Parties. This is where it's going to get into the parents that are taking control of it per each victim, and then it's going to mention the jurisdiction after this. Steve Goncalves for Kaylee Goncalves. Karen Laramie for Madison Mogen. Jeffrey Kernodle for Xana Kernodle, and Stacy Chapin for Ethan Chapin. WSU is a subdivision of the state of Washington and operates a public university with campuses across the state of Washington. All acts and omissions of defendant alleged in this complaint are alleged to have been committed by agents and or employees of defendant acting within the course and scope of their agency and or employment, including members of the WSU Department of Criminal Justice and Criminology, members of the WSU Police Department, and members of the WSU administration. Jurisdiction and venue. This court has original subject matter jurisdiction pursuant to the Constitution of the state of Washington. Venue is proper in Skagit County pursuant to this code, as plaintiff Stacy Chapin resides in Skagit County, Washington. So I'm guessing because she's the only parent that actually resides in Washington. Because Steve lives in Idaho and so does Karen. I'm not really quite sure where Jeffrey lives. I don't know if he's in Idaho again or if he's in Arizona. I don't know that information. Venue is also proper to Skagit County pursuant to this code, as WSU has offices in Skagit County, Washington, and transacts business within Skagit County, Washington. So both of them have jurisdictional whatever when it comes to Skagit County. He's back in Arizona. That's true. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it says it right here. No, it doesn't. No. Tacoma, Washington, and Kansas City, Missouri. The Missouri one is interesting. Who is the Missouri thingy? You know what? Let's look these up. Wagstaff and Cartmel. Let's look these up for a second. This be them. Thomas Cartmel, Eric Erickson. There's a lot of people in this law firm. I guess that they have people that are licensed in Washington. Let's see. What page are we on? 12. Let's not forget that. So we've got Jonathan Kiefer, Jack Hyde, and Lindsay Scarcello. So let's see. Lindsay Scarcello. So this is her. And then who else? I'm not good with remembering names. Hold on. What else did I say? Kiefer and Hyde. Sounds like Jekyll and Hyde. That's cray. So here's Kiefer right here. He almost looks like the Visine man. Okay, and then we have Hyde. So these are the three attorneys from them. And again, does it say if he's... I mean, I guess they would have to be, I mean, but they're, they have this thing pending. So I remember this being what they did when they brought in Bicca Barlow because of the jurisdiction of where she's actually from. So I'm wondering why they're deciding to go with a Missouri attorney's office instead of dealing with somebody in Washington or in Idaho. Right. That's what they did with Bicca Barlow. So that's why I'm wondering, why didn't they go with somebody local? Why would you deal with somebody who's all the way over there? I wonder if they have a connection to it. Or maybe they're the ones who just approached them first. I don't know how all of that works. All right, let's look up these people real quick, and then we'll move on and start reading more of the document. Let's see. Oh, they've got one of those annoying ass websites. So who's on this one? Vertetis, Love, and McClure attorneys. Here's Vertetis. And then who else was it? Love and McClure. Interesting last name there. Here's Love. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. And who else? Who's the other guy? Love? Or no, Vertetis. Did we look that up already? McNeil. There's McClure right here. I don't know what Bethany Funk's fiance looks like to be able to know. But yeah, I don't know. I'd have to go in and see if there's anything in there that might bring them back to the schools. Because that would be interesting to know, wouldn't it be? Oh boy. Sure would. Oh, thank you for the 199 rabbit. Can WSU call up Cyree and use him? I don't know. I don't know why they didn't try to do more with him on the defense side, especially after the IGG argument was getting like thrown out for the majority because they didn't want to be honest about the feds doing the shit that they did behind the DOJ rules. I don't know why they didn't. I don't know why they went ahead and kept Bicca Barlow instead of trying to bring in somebody else that could more go on to that end. I don't know. Thank you again for the 199 White Rabbit. Yeah, what frats and sororities were they in? That's what I mean. I want to go back in and see if they have any connections to anything, because especially the Missouri one. The Missouri one is interesting because why are you getting somebody from out of state that far? I mean, there's got to be people or other attorneys' offices that they could have used besides that. Okay. Now this is where it's going to start getting into a bunch of stuff that I'm not going to read to you guys. They're going to start quoting the handbooks and things that are not factual, are not facts that we need to look at because it's all stuff that's like in the procedural handbook. But it all comes to stalking is a serious and prevalent risk to college students. This is basically like them doing a college paper of several pages on why this is so bad. But they also go on to talk about how those diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder are more likely to engage in stalking behavior. And they get just really, really, really ridiculous when it comes to trying to basically label all autistic people as being these violent, stalkery predators. Because that's basically what they do here. And there are so many different flavors of autism that to go and say this kind of thing in these documents and make it sound like this is something that everyone just needs to be labeled as once they're diagnosed with this is pretty wild. It is pretty wild what they think they can just say in here. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, my darling. Thank you. Thank you. That's just, it's a lot. It's a lot. So I'm not going to read a lot of this because it's the same stuff that comes out of the handbook. A lot of it is. And again, I gave you guys the link to grab this yourselves. It just says that there's policies in place and that WSU didn't follow policies based off what it says. And they're still saying they recruited Kohberger over, and in that recruitment, he agreed to all of these policies and that they were in control of him. WSU is obligated to control Kohberger under the requirements of its employment agreement with him. And again, he wasn't just an employee getting a paycheck. He was getting free tuition and housing and was also a student. So yes, they did have a lot of control over his livelihood, but they had a lot of control over a lot of people's livelihoods because he was not the only one there in that position. Literally at all. WSU gave Kohberger a written offer of employment to serve in the role of a teaching assistant, which offered Kohberger signed in agreement. Under the requirements of the employment agreement, WSU was obligated to control Kohberger. And then again, it just goes on to all the duties that they had, all the conditions, all the obligations, and saying that when anything happens, they're supposed to take action, which again is everything that they've already said up in the other part at the top. And all of that's going to get into more detail. That's another reason why I'm skipping through all of this stuff, because again, it's just policy with no detail. The details are still coming for like all of it. Had WSU performed a comprehensive pre-employment background check on Kohberger, it likely would have revealed significant red flags and the risk of hiring Kohberger and bringing him into the Pullman Moscow community. This is where I have a little bit of confusion, because I originally was told, or I was originally under the impression that the entire thing that happened with the cell phone, he was a minor. But then the dates come out and it makes you believe he wasn't a minor. So to me, it almost like should have showed up if they did a background check. The only thing though is that like he didn't really get in like for real trouble for that, because the family like turned him in and he went to rehab after that. So I don't know how it shows up. I think Brian Enton had the police report. I've never seen the police report. I was going to file and see if I could get the police report. But I know that like if you get in trouble for theft and it shows up on your background, then you're like not going to get brought in for a teaching assistant job. So I don't know. I need to see exactly like what's written in the report in order to find out about this situation. Because if he was 18, if he was over 18, it should have showed up. And they definitely would have ran it. And it definitely would have shown, like, it would have been a federal, because it's school related. It would have been a federal background check. It would have shown from all across the country, not just something in Washington. Yeah, at any school. At any school. So if they ran the background and nothing showed up, how is that WSU's fault if it didn't show up? WSU is obligated to control Kohberger under the requirements of its graduate school policies and procedures manual. And that's where the majority of all this is stuff from the manual. WSU policies require that Kohberger be at work each normal work day, including periods when the university classes are not in session. And again, it just goes through all of the requirements. WSU was obligated to control Kohberger under the requirements of its Department of Criminal Justice and Criminology graduate handbook. This whole like control the person thing is a wild statement. It's a wild statement. And then it goes into things that are policy when it comes to TAs and what was expected of him when it came to conduct. WSU is obligated to control Kohberger under its standard of conduct for students. And then it talks about those kinds of policies that are in the book. Let's see what the next one is, because none of this is stuff to do with like the case itself. It's just stuff that's in that handbook that you can actually access. I think we did a video talking about it before. There was something in it about a TA position, and we were trying to figure out if he'd actually been fired or not. And I remember that we had gone over that. And see how it talks about sanctions? WSU is not new to being fined for doing the wrong thing. WSU was obligated to control Kohberger under its executive policy number 15. And it says Washington State University recognizes that discrimination and harassment can impact the ability of students, staff, faculty, and community members to participate in, access, or reap the benefits of educational and employment opportunities. WSU is committed to creating and maintaining a diverse, inclusive, accessible, and equitable community. WSU encourages reporting and questions, even anonymous questions, to compliance and civil rights under this policy. WSU offers support even if reporting parties choose to limit the information they disclose. Executive Policy 15, WSU policy prohibiting discrimination and harassment. The complete policy, as well as other executive policies, can be found, and then there's links that we can't click because this is a screenshot, but this is from the WSU website, as you can tell. I don't know why they don't have footnotes that have the actual like website. You'd think, considering this was put together by two pretty big law firms, that they would have cited their sources, but that's just me. That's just me. So then it talks about the titles, and here we go again, where it says, oh, these rules prohibit stalking. Well, like every rule ever, anywhere, ever prohibits stalking, but cool. Good thing there wasn't any stalking, because there wasn't. And it goes on to say the WSU was obligated to control Kohberger under its executive policy number 42. And it goes on to talk about Columbine. In the aftermath of mass killings in both K-12 and college campuses, including those at Columbine High School in Colorado and Virginia, Polytech Institute, and State University, Virginia Tech, the United States Secret Service developed programs to detect and prevent incidents of mass violence involving principles of behavioral threat assessment and threat assessment management. These are proactive, evidence-based processes to identify, assess, and manage individuals who may pose a risk of violence, focusing on concerning behaviors and communications to prevent harm before it happens. And it just continues to talk about the threat assessment thing that wasn't done. Threat assessment team, and they're claiming that this would have helped something. But again, if you've got 13 formal complaints and you are having campus security escort people, you don't need to do a threat assessment. You need to be calling the police and taking further actions that did not happen. Actions that did not happen. Threat assessment team policy. Washington State University's EP42 threat assessment team identifies, assesses, and addresses threats to the university, community, and property. They receive and assess reports of threats and other concerning behavior reportedly carried out by students, employees of the university, or by others who may impact the safety of the WSU community. The EP42 threat assessment team coordinates with university stakeholders to receive and assess information of potential threats using evidence-based, behavioral structured, professional judgment assessment model. Further, the team recommends university action regarding safety and security matters to the appropriate university decision makers, consistent with carrying out the university's mission and goals. And it just reiterates what I just read to you. WSU was obligated to control Kohberger under its Waiver 21 threat assessment and intervention protocols, and just talks about the protocols and the threat assessment. It's your basic thing. That right here we go again. Further warns, the Waiver 21 further warns that autism spectrum disorder is a risk factor for young perpetrators of mass murder due to their strong desire for but inability to establish intimate or social bonds. So they're once again using his autism against him, which is just really interesting how they're making it such a broad thing. Now, I only highlighted surveillance because there were a lot of people that wanted to sit and argue that the Idaho statute for stalking gave, like, the verbiage of it made it sound as if stalking and surveilling were two completely different things. But then in the verbiage of stalking that we went over in a video so that we could find out what people were talking about and get to the facts, the word surveilling and doing surveillance is part of that stalking statute. So even if they didn't want to call it stalking and they wanted to say that he was just surveilling them, they still could have charged him with stalking because surveilling is part of the statute of stalking, if that makes any sense. So it goes on to say here that this waiver would have basically let them know, if they would have done it correctly, that he was doing things that was letting him surveil and inherently stalk people, is what this is claiming. It also goes on to talk about how stalkers' motives generally stem from a need to control or instill fear in the victim as a means to overcome intolerable feelings of inadequacy or humiliation, to increase feelings of impotence, or to retaliate against a perceived injustice. Erotomania, a delusional belief that another person is infatuated with the perpetrator despite distinct objective evidence to the contrary, is another characteristic of stalkers. There's no connection between Bryan Kohberger and 1122 King Road or its residents. There was nothing found on any social media. And even if Bryan Kohberger would have gone in and deleted every little thing, if there would have been anything when it comes to his side of things, guess what doesn't get deleted? The other side. Guess what doesn't get deleted? The server that has the messages, the server that has the history. There was search warrants filed and nothing came back that connected anyone to anything. So they are still putting false information in here and then using his autism to say he did all these things, even though the state already told us none of those things took place. This is a wild filing. Waiver 21 defines stalking as broader than physical violence per se, but notes that stalking is associated with an eventual physical assault 1/3 of the time, usually directed at the object of pursuit. The risk that the stalker kills their victim is many times greater than the risk of an ordinary citizen being intentionally killed by another. And they are going to put the target on Kaylee, because they put in here the false statement that the voice that said, "It's okay, I'm here to help you," said Kaylee's name. So they make the target Kaylee. We'll get there. WSU is obligated to control Kohberger under the terms of WSU's family and graduate apartment agreement. As part of his employment as a WSU teaching assistant, WSU also provided Kohberger with housing in an apartment complex owned and operated by WSU. This is going to go on and say that he should not have had a knife, a K-bar knife, in the apartment because it goes against the rules. That's going to be part of their arguments. But they're also going to say that in having this housing, he was also given free internet, and that free internet called ResNet is the reason why he was able to stalk them, because he had access to the internet given to him when he had a freaking cell phone that he could have used the internet on at any given moment in time. And what else do modern day cell phones do? Even prepaid ones like Mint Mobile, like I have hotspots to where if he really wanted to, he could have used the internet on his phone for his school computer. But he didn't. He used their internet on their school computer. All things that he has no access or administrative ability to go in and clear out. Somebody else has control of that. It says here, the network service agreement for connection of personally owned devices to WSU-owned operated networks. This document represents the agreement between Washington State University, blah, 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 blah. I'm not going to read this. Everyone knows what terms and services are. This is basically just saying, you are here, you have access to this, this is the provision of the services, blah, 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 blah. Again, him having internet, what does that have to do with any damn thing? Him having access to WSU's internet, what is that going to, what? Again, you have to remember, they're claiming that the corn searches were on his cell phone. So when they get down to the bottom of this and they're like, oh, they would have seen that he was looking at all these girls and that he was harassing all these people on Instagram, that he was messaging these people on Instagram, and that he was keeping a knife in his apartment. They would have known all these things. It's their fault. That shit makes no sense. It makes no sense. But they do have a rule about not having anything that's longer than a 4-inch blade that's not for culinary purposes. Having no swing or switchblades, no slingshots, no crossbows, and no martial arts tools may be stored or used in the apartments. That's pretty typical, especially for a school campus. Especially for a school campus. WSU explicitly retained the right to have an agent of WSU enter Kohberger's apartment at any reasonable hour for purposes of inspection, and WSU retained the right to enter the apartment without notice. They didn't have a reason to. Even after all the crazy shit they're claiming happened, they didn't have a reason to. Now, here we're getting back into what was going on already at the time that this was all taking place. When Kohberger arrived at WSU in the fall of 2022, the WSU Police Department was consumed by a university investigation into its own long and sordid history of tolerating and, in fact, fostering serious sexual misconduct in its own ranks. So I say again, if that's the case, I don't see how they didn't take what was going on more seriously, knowing they were literally in the middle of boiling water. That makes no sense to me. When Kohberger arrived in the Pullman Moscow community for the 2022 fall semester, WSU was roiling from sexual misconduct allegations in a related investigation that resulted in the resignation of WSU Police Department senior leadership. The scandal and investigation that consumed the WSU Police Department in the fall of 2022 was not the first such scandal. And this is where we go into more details about all the stuff. WSU's police chief, Steve Hansen, was demoted from his position after the WSU internal auditor's investigation concluded that Hansen had viewed emails containing inappropriate content on his university computer, forwarded those emails to other WSU police, and invited other members of WSU police to view them. And this is the article. Hansen steps down as WSU police chief, again, April 6, 2007. Pullman Washington State University Police Chief Steve Hansen will step down from that position, which he has held since 2000 and became a lieutenant on the force. The announcement comes at the conclusion of a WSU internal auditor's investigation into a complaint of improper computer use in the police department. According to the auditor's report, Hansen viewed emails that were sent to him containing inappropriate material, forwarded such emails to Assistant Chief Scott West, and invited other members of the department to view them. University policy forbids use of university time and computers for such activity, meaning, don't you think that if somebody was using a school computer to look up corn or anything else like it, that the firewalls would know, that the system would know? And I know working with systems that I have no control over, be it when my kids were in public school and had Chromebooks, which we don't deal with public school and I homeschool now, or it be my work computers that you have to have all kinds of different security codes and security clearance to be able to get into and still don't have access to even change your background on your screen. Okay, it's programmed and you cannot make changes. He didn't have access to be able to clear anything out. And there was a million different websites that I could not get to. Like I couldn't even go to Kroger.com on my computer on my break. I couldn't even go clip coupons because it wasn't anything that had anything to do with what I was doing on that system. And I had no control over that. Same concept. Same exact concept. Okay. In 2011, federal education officials fined WSU $82,500 over a separate campus safety incident that occurred in 2007 involving multiple sexual assaults. Here we have this one. This is from August 19th, 2011. Federal officials fined WSU over campus safety. Failures in reporting sexual assaults draw the $82,500 penalty. I say again. They have been in hot water multiple times. They were in hot water as Kohberger was apparently in all this trouble, and they did not do anything about it. That tells me that maybe it wasn't what people are trying to claim it was. There's no way they would have taken it that lightly in the middle of all the crazy they were in the middle of. That would have just made them look worse. That makes no sense to me. Federal education officials completed an investigation of WSU's campus safety statistics and determined that WSU had not properly reported 2 SAs in violation of the Clery Act. Federal law requires campus notification of potential threats to students and employees. Federal officials charged WSU with failing to properly disclose forcible sex crime statistics and to properly classify offenses in its annual security report. Do you guys remember when we talked about how Houston, Texas dropped over 250,000 different sexual assault cases because they didn't have the manpower to work them and they never notified a single victim? And they didn't come out and admit to that for years. And it turned out that all of that made the crime statistics false because over 250 sexual assault cases were not added to the crime statistics for Houston. So a lot of people were fooled in thinking that Houston was a lot safer than it is. Now, lo and behold, all these years later, we've got all these bodies coming out of the bayou, which, you know, there was just another one. They are not the first department to lie and drop a bunch of cases and not report things because they don't want to look bad. Why do you think everyone has questions about the arrest of Bryan Kohberger when it comes to the U of I stepping in, destroying the house, taking over the investigation, being at every press conference for something that took place at an off-campus house that was not sorority-based, that was owned by someone else? Every single person in there signed a lease and paid utility bills and rents. There's a reason why people are still asking questions. It's just one of them. It's just one of them. The charges arose out of 2 incidents in 2007. In one incident that occurred in August 2007, WSU police labeled the offense of a domestic dispute, even though the investigators found it included AR perpetrated by the friend of the victim's husband. So the victim's husband's friend AR'd her, and they didn't label it as what it was. It was just considered a domestic dispute, which makes no sense because it wasn't the husband that did it, which regardless, that would still be the incorrect label. But that doesn't make sense. So I don't know who the people were in this, but obviously somebody was being protected for some reason. In the second incident in January 2007, police report of SA was relabeled as unfounded by a WSU police records manager without authority to make such changes. So just went in there and changed it and never did any investigation on it just because they wanted to. Didn't have permission, didn't have any proof that it was unfounded. They just did it to protect someone. Or something, meaning money. WSU did not dispute the findings of the federal investigation. In early August 2022, the police chief, assistant chief, and captain of the WSU Police Department resigned from their positions to avoid investigation into yet another incident of serious sexual misconduct involving a WSU police officer. Spokesman review. August 9th, 2022. Okay, remember this is all happening right before the crimes. WSU police leaders retire early to avoid discipline following sexual misconduct allegations. WSU initiated a disciplinary investigation into the WSU Police Department for failing to advise university leadership of a 2020 departmental investigation involving a WSU police officer alleged to have engaged in sexual activities on campus and while on duty. Joint disciplinary investigations were initiated by the Office of Compliance and Civil Rights and the Human Resource Services Office. The investigation revealed that in December 2020, a WSU police officer notified WSU Police Department command staff that they learned of possible non-consensual sexual activity between another WSU police officer and a victim on campus. The allegations of improper sexual activities included that the WSU police officer had sex with the victim in the presidential suite at the Martin Stadium and at the WSU Observatory while he was on duty as a WSU police officer. The offending officer told departmental staff that he was willing to identify the name of the woman involved. But the WSU Police Department investigator said that it was not necessary, and then misleadingly wrote in their internal reports that they could not substantiate the allegations without talking to the victim whose identity they did not have. So the man who did the bad things was willing to give the people in charge the woman's name that he assaulted. And instead of them letting him confess and them do the right damn thing, for some reason, they said, don't say a word, Hirsch, don't say nothings. If we can't identify her, then we can't talk to her, and we can't get her report, and this all goes away. So Hirsch, don't talk. Don't say it. That's some bullshit. That is some actual factual bullshit. Despite being advised of these incidents, the WSU Police Command staff failed to advise the CCR as required by WSU policies. Instead, the WSU Police Department attempted to keep the incidents internal and claimed to ultimately be unable to locate any witness willing to file a complaint against the offending officer, even though the offending officer was more than willing to give them her name. Wild. Despite that, the WSU Police Department offender did face internal disciplinary action for misconduct while on duty. In March 2022, WSU administrators learned about the 2020 incident and the WSU Police Department's investigation that was previously unreported to administration. Investigations were then initiated by the WSU CCR and HRS, and the WSU Police Department command staff were advised that disciplinary proceedings had been initiated against them based on the investigation's findings that they exhibited gross misconduct, incompetence, and neglect of duty in their response to claims of sexual misconduct involving the WSU officer. All of WSU Police Department command staff then announced their resignations and retirement before the disciplinary process concluded. They always get to just retire, don't they? They always get to just resign. They never get publicly shamed and fired. They never get charged and put in jail. They never actually get punished. You know why? Because if you punish them, then the people and the entities and organizations that they're connected to are the ones that look bad. And they can't have people not wanting their children, especially their daughters, going to a college where the police are just willy-nilly R-ing people everywhere and no one's doing shit about it. So, of course, they're just going to resign without a word. Sadly, this is what they do everywhere. This happens in my hometown constantly. My hometown is Kerrville, Texas. We have Schreiner University. The shit that's been covered up there, the shit that the Kerrville Police Department helps cover up when it comes to coaches impregnating cheerleaders and all the crazy shit, best believe checks get cut. People never get charged. They get moved to other districts or other ISDs that neighbor it, and nothing ever happens. It's been going on my entire life. And again, this is the same county that let a family of cannibalistic serial killers go on a technicality. One of them currently lives right next to the middle school. And they know it. They know it. It's disgusting. Those are still things we need to talk about. Still things we need to talk about. In response to the resignations, WSU President Kirk Schultz stated, "These are positions of great public trust, and WSU will not tolerate this kind of behavior nor the negligence of departmental command staff." WSU, this is where Jenkins comes in. WSU then hired the retired chief of police of the city of Pullman's police department to serve as interim chief of police of the WSU Police Department. So I know that I had heard this stuff like in sprinklings as we were looking in the case, but that all these cases and all these things going on with WSU when it comes to like what we're looking at, it just gets like shelved. It just gets pushed back there, right? So going back in and re-listening to all this stuff and reading through it, it really makes me rethink the reason again why when Jenkins called Chief Fry that day and asked if he wanted assistance from them, I wouldn't have wanted it either. This shit was just going on like, 9 days before the crime took place? I probably would have said no too. But then again, we also know that Pullman does end up doing stuff because we had them going in and getting surveillance footage from all these different businesses for just in cases. We have all that from the police FOIA stuff from Pullman that we've gone over. They were looking for vehicles of a certain year mark. They were getting emails. They were getting emails from Brett Payne. They were looking for a certain year of the vehicle until like November 27th when they got another email from Brett Payne giving them the new year mark of the vehicle from the FBI's, whatever the hell they think they were doing over there. So they were doing stuff. But reading that is interesting because it seemed like it was not normal behavior. But then if you take into consideration all of this, yeah, I don't know if I would have really wanted it, but they ended up helping anyway. The offending WSU officer, however, this is what's crazy. Even after like the authority people get out of here. The offending WSU officer, however, did not resign, and WSU continued to conduct a formal investigation. They could have probably continued the investigation and gotten rid of him at the same time. So that's crazy to me. WSU CCR then proceeded to spend months during the 2022 fall semester investigating the allegations of serious sexual misconduct of its WSU police officer. The offending WSU police officer admitted to having sex while on duty. Again, this has been a theory of many for a long time when it comes to the people that are in the house that night. And when it comes to the patrols that were going on, and when it comes to all of the unknown male DNA in that house. This has been a big theory for people for a while. And we are seeing blatant proof that WSU has no issue covering this shit up. That the high ups at WSU will gladly cover this shit up. Do you guys remember when Steve made a statement about this shit before? He made it sound as if it was the University of Idaho that had these R cases about a cop. This is what Steve was talking about. But as usual, Steve was a little confuzzled. It wasn't U of I. It was WSU. And again, it's been a theory. It's been a theory. Oh, thank you for the $4.99 White Rabbit. Many things point to ENX being a target. I believe, yeah, I agree. And I think all four were targeted for many reasons. Dylan saying that and selling it makes me very suspicious. Everything that Dylan said is suspicious, especially when she doesn't continue saying the same things throughout all of her interviews. It changes. But it's also really obvious that they are asking questions to try to get her to answer certain ways, but that still should not change the base facts. It shouldn't. But it also isn't okay that they're sitting here grabbing things that are not factual and they're using it in here when it comes to things that Dylan said, that even though I don't like her and I have so many thousand questions and I don't trust her, I can still come out and say, that's a lie. Dylan never said that. Because it's the truth. Dylan never said that shit. She never said that the person's voice said Kaylee. When that came out from Ashley Banfield, I was like, holy shit. What are we about to hear? And then the information came out and we heard Dylan's voice talking and it was never said one. It wasn't said on Noon's camera. It wasn't said on the two little interviews that she did with Mallory on the 13th. It wasn't said on the 17th and it wasn't said on the 30th or whatever date it was. The 30th, I think it was, when she did the third one, where she said that she looked up his picture on her own after his name was announced so she didn't recognize him. Again, I don't know why they're in here putting some crazy shit. It's absolutely crazy. Thank you for the gifted membership, RV. Thank you for the 6 gifted memberships. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Congratulations to those who got those. The WSU investigation found that the offending officer engaged in predatory grooming behavior while in a supervisory role at the university, made sexually explicit comments to coworkers, subjected coworkers to non-consensual physical contact, and engaged in sexual activities while on duty and on university property. WSU records also reveal that the WSU police had a history of sexual misconduct while on duty directed towards fellow employees, including student interns. The offending WSU police officer had a reputation of engaging in sexual activities around the Pullman campus, including in the presidential suite at Martin Stadium and the WSU Observatory. Fellow WSU police officers also told investigators that they had concerns that the offending officer making comments about students' interns, such as, can you have him do that movement again, wanting the girls to move in suggestive ways so he can get a look? Nasty. Got any hot interns this year? This dude was obviously just a pig. The offending WSU officer also sent inappropriate pictures to a former employee and used a ringtone on his cell phone associated with a pornography website. Yeah, because that's who needs to be a freaking police officer with a badge. Jesus. The offending WSU officer also groped a newly hired female employee of the WSU Police Department who complained to a fellow officer. Despite reporting the incident, it was not documented by WSU or disclosed to CCR. In early November 2022, the offending WSU police officer resigned from the university, and here is the article. So I say again, all of this was going on as Kohberger was having all these things filed against him. And they didn't take it more seriously. They didn't take actual action at all, knowing how similar these reports were to what they were currently dealing with. That doesn't make sense to me. That doesn't make logical sense to me. And I will continue to say that because it freaking does not. In this excerpt they put here just says, a Washington State University police sergeant who engaged in sexual activity while on duty has resigned from the university. The individual who had been on home assignment while the allegations were investigated submitted his resignation effective Tuesday, November 1st. And this article came out November 4th, 2022. Again, 9 days before the crimes would take place. Ultimately, the investigation determined that the WSU Police Department command fostered an environment that discouraged reporting sexual misconduct. These serious sexual misconduct allegations and the ensuing months-long investigation and findings regarding the WSU Police Department during the 2022 fall semester substantially preoccupied WSU administrators, and in particular, the WSU CCR office. See, that's the part that I don't agree with. They're wanting to say that they were so busy with this situation that they didn't have time to deal with the Kohberger situation. That seems oppositional to me. Again, I think that if this was really going on and they knew that this was already going to be public, they already knew that they were in hot water with investigations going against them for not doing the right thing, why wouldn't they make sure they followed all their P's and Q's, dotted all their I's and crossed all their T's in this situation as this is happening? These two things are happening at the same time. This, I will argue with all day long. It makes no sense that they would not take it more seriously knowing what they were already in the middle of. I feel like that is the opposite of truth. Well, thank you for the $9.99 TG. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate that. Thank you. As discussed in detail below, around this same time period, WSU CCR office had received numerous former complaints about Kohberger's discriminatory, harassing, stalking, and predatory behavior, but had not acted on those complaints or even met with or spoken to Kohberger about them. WSU brings Kohberger to the Pullman Moscow community and quickly learns of his threatening, stalking, and predatory behavior. Now here we go with a little bit of background of Kohberger. Born in 1994, Bryan Kohberger grew up in rural eastern Pennsylvania. In high school, Kohberger was overweight, bullied, and had difficulty developing relationships with female students. Well, he had difficulty having relationships with any students, not just female students, but he also had somebody that he was almost like best friends with named Casey, who came out and talked to us. We know about the situation where he he tricked her into taking him to go and pick up his substance of choice one night, and that was basically it. She never really talked to him much again after that, except for to reply back to an apology that he ended up sending her after he got out of rehab for what had happened. But they talked all the time. We have screenshots of them when they were really, really young. You can tell he's high school age, and they're talking to each other, and it's several different ones. So it's not that he didn't have female relationships or relationships in general. It just seems like he just didn't have as many as people would suspect or expect people to have. But I'm not a people person either. So when I see him have a handful of people that he is friends with, that he's having conversations with, that he's on FaceTime with, that he's walking around Walmart with, that seems pretty normal to me, because that's about as small as I keep my circle. So that's it. It was later reported that Kohberger had autism spectrum disorder. Later in school, Kohberger lost significant weight and became more aggressive with classmates. Now, I will say there was only one person that said that. And I believe it was Casey's little brother. And the instance is in the book. It's in the Patterson book that we have issues with. But then again, Casey's come out and been real factual about stuff. So again, I'm not going to discredit that. And it's very possible that Kohberger did have some sort of ego about him after he lost a bunch of weight, and maybe he was an asshole. I can't say that he wasn't. I don't know him. I wasn't there. So it just is what it is. Over a number of years before he came to the Pullman Moscow community, Kohberger made numerous public posts on an online forum called the Visual Snow or Static Forum. We've gone over, like, just scrolling through it. I'll go ahead and pull it up. Actually, I have it over here. I looked at it earlier today. Let me go ahead and pull this up and give y'all the link for this. I have this in the spreadsheets. Hold on one second. Okay. So this is his profile that was up there. And if you click right here where it says 118 posts, it goes on to all of them. And it goes on for quite a few years. I do eventually, like I said, want to go through and read these because they're pretty insightful. It kind of gives you an idea of how he's always been. So when it comes to being a real matter of fact or being sort of like robotic when he answers things, that's pretty much been how he's been since the very beginning. But these do go on for like 3 years. He joins the forum when he's having a lot of issues sort of dealing with it, and then when he feels like he's got a grip on it, he gets off of it. And like in his farewell message, he's basically like, I've come to terms with blah 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 whatever, and he's just like, he's done. But there is also one in here where he says he went crazy on a medication, and I looked up that medication, and it's a seizure medication. I don't remember knowing anything about him having seizures, so that was pretty interesting. But it is all about like visual snow. I'll go ahead and put this copy. For those who want to go and look at that before we get the chance to go over it, there's the link for that one. But there's a lot there. There's a lot there. Okay. Okay, visual snow or static forum. People with visual snow report seeing small moving dots across their field of vision. Kohberger posted about his crazy thoughts, depersonalization, inability to feel emotion, and that he was a blank soul and his despair, which he did. It's very sad to read. And it also explains him being okay with jumping to something like H at such a young age, because that's wild. That's wild. Now, everything that they've posted in here, it's technically true, but the way that they're putting stuff in here is interesting. So when I see things that are a little bit too exaggerative and not honest, I'll make sure to tell you. Kohberger posted online that as I hug my family, I look into their faces, I see nothing. It is like I am looking at a video game, but less. That's because he's talking about static. Like his actual vision is how I'm understanding this from his forum stuff. Kohberger wrote that he could do whatever I want with little remorse. He did write that. Kohberger also wrote about an array of mental health challenges that he faced, including anxiety, depression, depersonalization, lack of emotion, and his constant thoughts of self-deletion, which he does. He does write about, well, he did write a lot about that. Kohberger also developed an H addiction while in high school that he funded in part by theft. This is also true based off of things that we know have been reported. Kohberger attended a law enforcement vocational program in high school, but was kicked out of the program his junior year due to a series of complaints from the female classmates. Now, I'll say here, the quote that they have here is from somebody who was an administrator that was not an administrator at the time that Kohberger was there, as you can tell by this statement. To be removed from a program, the conduct has to be pretty severe. The only thing we ever heard from this era of his life is that he saved someone's life. I don't remember the exact story, but that was around this time frame, and that he stared at a girl a lot. Like he was constantly telling this girl that she was pretty because he liked her, and if he was attractive to this girl, then she wouldn't have cared. She probably would have liked it, but she obviously just didn't like him. So because she didn't like him and he was persistent and also a bit awkward and autistic. And again, he's got large eyes, deep set eye sockets. So I do imagine if he's staring at you and you don't know certain things about him, it's probably a little bit off-putting. We're going to be honest. We'll be honest. But if he was attractive to, like, if she thought he was attractive, his compliments to her wouldn't have been a big deal. And that was something that the girl's mom came out and said, which I found strange. Because she was like, yeah, he's really weird. He just kept telling my daughter how beautiful she was. And I'm like, so is she ugly? Like, why are you mad about that? Because it doesn't sound like he really did anything wrong. Except she just didn't like the way that he approached her. But I don't know the specifics of this. No one has sent it to me. I don't know what it is. As far as I know, there's no written report that's been gotten from this place and is out there. If there is, please let me know. I haven't seen it. I would like to know the facts of this, the instances actually, but I haven't seen anything. I haven't seen anything. Kohberger was then transferred to an HVAC vocational program because it did not have any female participants. That's also like super freaking crazy. Kohberger did not attend the vocational program his senior year and finished his high school degree online, graduating from Pleasant Valley High School in 2013. In 2014, Kohberger was arrested in Pennsylvania for theft. Again, he was on his substances. He was out of his substance. He called a buddy of his that has admitted to being the person who picked him up and drove him to the kiosk, and they sold his sister's phone, and they called the police, and there was a whole thing. But at the end of the day, he ended up going to rehab, and there was like no charges that stuck, which is why nothing shows up in his background. Kohberger went on to attend DeSales University in Pennsylvania, seeking a graduate degree in criminology. At DeSales, Kohberger demonstrated a particular fascination with serial killers. That was his degree. And I will also reiterate again. The guy that came out and said that he went to school with at DeSales with Kohberger, he apparently has his own true crime podcast. I don't know if he still has it. But Home Dude already had to come out and say on Ashley Banfield that he didn't take any actual criminology courses with Kohberger. He only took some sort of science or like biology class with him. So they worked on biology projects. They did not work on anything criminology together. So when he came out and was like, oh my God, he was obsessed with this and obsessed with that, and he was always answering questions and had to be this teacher's pet, he's talking about the science class. He's not talking about the criminology class. And again, he came out after Kohberger pled and was on Ashley Banfield, and he literally said, well, before we get started, I need to make one thing clear. I wasn't in any of the criminal justice courses with Bryan Kohberger. I was only in biology. And he had to do that because he came out making himself seem more important than he really was, because he just needed his little 15 minutes. And because he was okay with exaggerating and not being honest, that's why he was in all these documentaries and why he shows his face on News Nation because he's okay with being a liar. So let's keep that in mind when we read this stuff. A lot of people have come out and been extremely dishonest for no reason. And that's also another thing right here. I don't physically, in my brain, remember any females from DeSales coming out. I remember there being a running buddy of his at some point that came out. And then there was the guy that I just mentioned. And then there was another guy that was a partner of theirs in the biology project. And the way that story went is that Bryan Kohberger ended up taking up all the slack because the third person, who there is an interview out there of, the third person wasn't doing anything. And Bryan Kohberger took up the slack for that person not doing stuff. And the guy that came out over-exaggerating his story even admitted that Bryan was great to work with, and he never had to hold his hand or do anything, that he just was an adult and did his job. That's what he actually said. That's what he said. So I don't remember hearing from women. If there's an interview from a chick, I'd love to see it. I just don't personally remember it. I just remember guys coming out and talking about that time frame. But the professor at DeSales is the one that recommended him for the program at WSU. So let's keep that in mind too. Employees at a local business in Kohberger's community were so concerned about his behavior that they took extraordinary measures. Now, right here, this is talking about, what's it called? Like 7 Dragons or some shit. I think it's called 7 Dragons Bureau or something Dragon Bureau. Okay. This story came out where the guy that worked there said that Kohberger would come in and he was just rude to everybody or rude to the girls. He'd say certain things. I'll read it here in a second. When he was asked to substantiate his story about them saving Bryan Kohberger's ID and keeping his picture and his name around so that people can be warned about him, the guy never responded. And this was from several different media people that tried to get this guy to give them proof of his story. And at the end of them repeating the garbage that came out of this guy's mouth, the very last sentence would be that they tried to contact him to substantiate his claims, and he never responded. So he came out claiming all these things, but there's no proof that this is about Bryan Kohberger because the guy refuses to give proof. It's just a story. So I don't know if this is true or not because the guy was asked and he didn't provide what was needed in order for me to believe him. For example, female staff at a local brewery complained about Kohberger's behavior and even made a note in their electronic ID system that would warn staff about his conduct when his ID was scanned, meaning this was not a Post-it. This was not a piece of paper that was stuck up to a corkboard with the freaking pin. This was something electronic that they would have been able to have pulled up if it was actually true and in there. And they failed to do so. So I can't really believe this. I can't. The female staff noted that Kohberger would make creepy comments and ask probing questions like where they lived, and he would get upset if they did not answer. But again, if this was electronically stored, you would have this information to prove that this is actually about him. And just like the Tinder chick that came out here with Miss Birthing Hips, she never provided messages between her and Kohberger on her app. She came out here with a story, and mainstream media just ate it up. And so did so many other idiots because she gave no proof. No proof. There's even reports in the Idaho State Police records about her, from how it sounds, that came forward about going on a date with Kohberger. But when she was called back and asked to give proof and do a search warrant and the search warrant was done for her account, there was no messages between her and Bryan Kohberger. There is a report like that. I don't know if it's the same chick. But for 2 different people to have similar stories, probably not. Probably not. And in the report, in the ISP reports, they did a warrant for the usernames that the girl gave them and found nothing. On top of that, they did all the warrants for Bryan Kohberger's dating apps, and they didn't find anything when it comes to her either. Or they would have put it in the report. There would have been a supplemental to it. Nothing was there. Nothing was there. It's just these people coming out and doing this stuff with no proof. Receipts are shut up. Receipts are literally shut the hell up. After obtaining his master's degree from DeSales, Kohberger applied to the PhD program at WSU, again, on recommendation. On recommendation. I just lost my damn spot. Where'd it go? Let me get it. Right there. Okay. Kohberger was selected for the criminal justice program by a WSU panel. WSU also hired Kohberger to be a teaching assistant. As part of this employment, WSU provided him with reduced free tuition by giving him a non-resident tuition waiver, on-campus office, on-campus housing, health insurance benefits, and paid him a bi-weekly salary. As a result of WSU accepting and hiring Kohberger, he moved from Pennsylvania to Pullman, Washington in July of 2022. In fact, the terms of WSU's agreement with Kohberger required that he live in Washington in order to receive the benefits that WSU was offering him. Well, duh. If you're going to be a TA at the school, I would assume you would have to be in Washington. Kohberger would later tell law enforcement that he did not know much about Washington or Idaho, and that prior to moving to Washington, he had not left the tri-state area much in the Atlantic Northeast. In fact, before WSU hired Kohberger, he had never been to the Pacific Northwest. Well, that's because traveling across country over 2,000 miles costs a shit ton of money. Not everybody's built like that. So, on July 9th, 2022, shortly after arriving at WSU, Kohberger attended a pool party in nearby Moscow, Idaho. I don't know why in the hell they have chosen to place this information in here. I don't know why. Because their entire thing is supposed to be that he stalked them. That's the bullshit lie they're putting in this, right? We already know from Steve Goncalves in the messages between him and Brett Norton that Steve Goncalves already knows these two pool parties, the one that Kaylee went to and the one right here on July 9th that Kohberger was invited to, were not the same. Not only did they not happen on the exact same day, but one of them was outside and one of them was inside, and Steve Goncalves already knows this. So besides the reports that the people came out with after the FBI contacted them, I don't know why this is in here. And there's still so many messages between Brett Norton and Steve Goncalves that we need to go back over. Trust me when I tell you it's on the list, and this one's definitely in there. Moscow, Idaho is the home of the University of Idaho and is less than 10 miles from the WSU campus in Pullman. These two universities are the primary employers in both of their respective counties. Yes, we know. As neighboring small college towns, there is expected and considerable interaction between the students enrolled at WSU and the students at the University of Idaho. As evidence of that well-organized fact, the probable cause affidavit that ultimately was used to obtain an arrest warrant for Kohberger, and again, you mean the one that the state themselves called irrelevant and that we can go through to this day and mark a million things incorrect and lies about, signed under penalty of perjury by Corporal Brett Payne of the Moscow Police Department. You see how they're trying to make it like it matters? You mean Corporal Brett Payne, who is literally not listed as the lead investigator in any of the documentation? Guys, the information that we got from ISP has the investigating officer as Blaker on literally all of it. Who took the vial of the magnified DNA sample, not the Q-tip, because Othram lied about knowing shit about the actual DNA sample, but who took the vial of the magnified sample that was manipulated? Who took it down to Othram with Gamut? Not Brett Payne. Blaker. Who was designated to tell the lie about the IgG on the stand under oath? Payne. Who is the reason why the University of Idaho felt the need to step in because he was so freaking inadequate? That they were worried that the case just wasn't going to go the way that it should? Brett Payne. Where does Brett Payne work now? The University of Idaho. He was so inefficient, they had to step in and take the limelight. But now he works there. And he stopped working at the Moscow Police Department right after he was assigned as the under oath liar for trial. with the promise to the families to not worry because he was still going to be able to be deputized in to be able to take the stand. So under penalty of perjury, sure. But Blaker has a PCA too that he also signed. And his name is on everything else that Brett Payne's isn't. So how is he the lead investigator if Blaker's name is on everything? Because Blaker's name is on everything. It states, both Pullman and Moscow are small college towns and people commonly travel back and forth between them. What a dynamic statement, because that's important. It's important? Sure. For over 50 years, WSU and the University of Idaho have cooperated in sharing academic resources and have enriched educational opportunities through the sharing of faculty, facilities, and ideas. See, this part's interesting. The sharing of faculty facilities is really interesting because that gives even more opportunity for Bryan Kohberger's DNA to have been picked up somewhere by someone who actually works for the department. If they really do share faculty and facilities, that's a huge open. WSU and the University of Idaho allow students at each school to take courses at the other school. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. WSU and the University of Idaho have cooperative programs in cross-listed courses. The presidents and provost at University of Idaho and WSU stated that for years, the University of Idaho and Washington State University have been offering courses together to allow a varied and robust educational experience for our students. So do they have proof that Bryan Kohberger went over to the University of Idaho at any point? Because they sure haven't proved that one. But this is an interesting bit of information when it comes to all of the crossing around that happened between those facilities. That gives a ginormous open to a lot of things. In fact, the WSU Criminal Justice and Criminology Department regularly interacts with professors and students enrolled at the University of Idaho. Some beautiful information right there. The WSU Criminal Justice and Criminology program advertises on its main website its relationship with the University of Idaho. And of course I said, WTF does this have to do with anything? Because they've already said that they can't connect him to the freaking house. But then again, this gives a ginormous open to people going back and forth with as minuscule as this damn DNA is. With the simple fact that the Q-tip that actually found his DNA, the fact that it was resubmitted because the initial swab did nothing, this is a criminal case. Who is to say that they didn't go over there and look at the evidence? Maybe they were trying to get all of the criminal justice students to think about what was going on to help them solve it. We don't know. Somebody who shook Kohberger's hand earlier in that day could have easily been over there looking at the case and looking at things and shaking hands of other people who were going to walk into the other room and touch other things. Look how easy that could happen. And they're telling you right now how easy it could be because of the situation with the schools and how close they are. It's interesting. And here it is right here. Here it is. Study abroad, 10 minutes away. Moscow, Idaho, and Pullman, Washington are often referred to together as the Pullman-Moscow or Moscow-Pullman area. And then it talks about the airport, the police department, and how they work together, which we knew that already. And then, of course, Whitcomb. Whitcomb is for all of them. City of Moscow contracts with Whitcomb. And Whitcomb is an agency that consists of the county of Whitman, city of Pullman, and WSU. They use the same 911 system. We knew that from the jump. According to the Moscow Police Department, the partnership with Whitcomb had provided the community of Moscow and the University of Idaho with advanced support in many technical fields. In July, here's the pool party again, which again, I don't know what they're doing with this. The July 2022 pool party attended by Kohberger was located near the University of Idaho campus at an off-campus apartment complex called The Grove in Moscow. The Grove apartment complex is a mere 1 mile distance from the home of the 4 students that would later be murdered by Kohberger. But not a single person from 1122 was at that party. No connections. Kohberger had been invited to the Moscow, Idaho pool party by another WSU student, and many of the people attending the party were graduate students. I believe his name was Chris. He was a neighbor. Kohberger made multiple females uncomfortable at the pool party in Moscow, Idaho. See, this is the part where I'm just not really quite sure what to believe about this, and we've talked about this before. He apparently got like phone numbers from people while he was there. And one of the girls, I believe her name is Holly, that came out in the Dateline episode, even handed Kohberger her phone and allowed him to put his number in her phone. And then she got her phone back and she either texted him or called him so that she would be in his phone too, so he would have her number. Now, some people were like, oh my God, you've obviously never dealt with a guy that was trying to get your attention, that you didn't want his attention, and you just do whatever you can to shut him up. I'm not going to hand the dude my phone. I might take his number and then not give a shit. I'm not going to hand the guy my damn cell phone. That's crazy. So that's why I don't really know what the truth is, because she can say whatever she wants to, but her behaviors were a little bit different. And I really want to know just how different these stories would be if Bryan Kohberger would have made the news for saving someone's life instead of taking him. Because I can never tell what the truth would actually be once the story's out there. Because people can change what their real intentions or real thoughts were because they don't want to be judged. They don't want to be judged. That's why we're here for the victims, not the people that are left behind to save their little shiny, not so shiny reputations. That's why that's important. Mr. Kohberger arrived to the pool party. He approached a female student from the University of Idaho that was in the property's office and asked how to get to the pool. She was wearing a sundress with a swimsuit underneath. She reported that Kohberger was blatantly staring at her body and acted weird. When she later went to the pool, Kohberger made very direct eye contact with her, and he made a beeline towards her. She was uncomfortable and weirded out by Kohberger's behavior and his staring. The interaction was concerning enough that another attendee intervened to intercept Kohberger. Another man stepped in, maybe because he didn't want Kohberger to talk to the chick he probably had a crush on. Because this is Holly. This story is the girl who handed Kohberger her phone. You don't do that. If you're trying to avoid the dude, why would you give him free access to do some shit to your phone? That doesn't make sense to me. Another female attendee told Kohberger that she was married in an attempt to end the conversation, but Kohberger persisted in engaging with her. A male attendee finally had to physically intervene, but Kohberger continued to be fixated on the girls. See how it says girls? There was a married woman and a non-married woman, and he was over there talking to them. So it's like the married woman's husband ended up coming over there, but he was talking to both of them. Another female attendee also reported that Kohberger behaved oddly at the pool party and gave an off vibe that caused her to keep her eye on him. I'm sure she did. On August 17th, 2022, the WSU graduate program hosted a meet and greet event on the WSU campus. Kohberger attended, and fellow graduate students noted that they did not like their interactions with him. At the graduate school orientation in August 2022, a fellow WSU graduate student instantly had a bad feeling about Kohberger from the moment that he approached her. A fellow WSU graduate teaching assistant quickly identified Kohberger as a threat. Pretty early on, I started leaving my office door open when he was in his office, especially if there was ever a student in there. And again, I put a reminder, all of these reports really don't mean a lot to me until we see the original reports, because none of these people reported him. Even after the information with the white car came out, none of these people, including the man who drove around with Kohberger and tried to act like Kohberger trapped him in his car when home dude could have just opened the damn door and gotten out the damn car, okay? Even him, who traveled in the car with Kohberger and knew Kohberger's vehicle, that is now out here trying to do all of this to get his, again, little 15 minutes. Even he didn't call him in as a tip. He wants to sit here now and say all these horrible things about Bryan Kohberger, but never once bothered to call him in as a tip. That's important. That's why I keep repeating it. Because I just wanted to make sure that nothing was inappropriate. Like, I felt way early on that this guy was going to do something inappropriate with a student. Did you? Because again, if he would have come out and it would have been, oh, he saved this girl from drowning, or, oh, a lady at Target was getting robbed and mugged and he chased him down and got her purse back, what would you be saying then? It's an important question. The teaching assistant indicated that she pegged Kohberger as a stalker or sexual assaulter type. Most, if not all, of Kohberger's fellow graduate students were also teaching assistants or research assistants employed by WSU, and as such were mandatory reporters of any instances of discrimination, harassment, or stalking of that kind. Some instances of Kohberger's discriminatory, harassing, and stalking behavior were reported to WSU administrators, but many instances were unreported in violation of WSU policies. Kohberger's supervising instructor at WSU was aware early on that the female graduate students did not like Kohberger because he was so off-putting, and that several female graduate students were very uncomfortable because of interactions they had with Kohberger. But then we have one going to Walmart with him and shopping and laughing. So there's that too. Kohberger was known by, and that was December 2nd, by the way, for people wondering, that Walmart footage of them walking around together and hee-hawing and hee-heeing, December 2nd. Kohberger was known by WSU professors and fellow students to have a particular interest in studying sexually motivated burglars and to be obsessed with serial killers. And I say, where does it say that? Simply because there were several different things that he was researching. And yes, that was part of the research that he was looking into. And he was really into like the thought process of things. But I don't really know if obsession is fair. Because again, a lot of the stuff that he was researching, writing papers on, looking up, watching YouTube videos on was all stuff that was assigned to him. And we know that based on the syllabus we saw that he was made to purchase on Amazon. One fellow WSU graduate student reported that based on how Kohberger talks to and treats women, people in the WSU criminal justice program thought that he was a possible future R-worder. A lot of this is going to be repeated. That's another reason why it's 126 pages. It's policy, terms and services, and a lot of repeated information, but this is like the portions where there's a little bit more detail. During the second or third week of the semester, a female WSU graduate student hosted a whole graduate cohort at her apartment to watch a ball game. Kohberger attended the event. Afterwards, this is where I was like, dang, he's an asshole for that. I remember reading this. Afterwards, Kohberger began telling others about prescriptions that she took, leading the graduate student to suspect that he had looked through her medicine cabinet while attending the event at her apartment. I did say he was a douche face for that, because that's some bullshit. You don't do that. Female graduate students would complain that Kohberger made them uncomfortable, feel unsafe, that he was creepy, and would try to distance themselves from him, including physically spacing out from Kohberger in the classrooms. There were numerous instances where Kohberger would stare at students weirdly during class. And again, I say, large eyes run in the family. We see it with his sister, both of them. Honestly, their facial features are very much the same. And he also has autism, and he's got social anxiety issues. He also has germophobic OCDs and then dexterity problems that he's apparently been diagnosed with. That's why, as a teenager, he got let go from the fishery, not because of his attitude. He couldn't actually make eye contact with people because he was socially awkward, which is not abnormal for that age. My 17-year-old doesn't like being around a bunch of strangers either. So that's not anything abnormal. But he also did not have the dexterity in order to hold the blade and actually fillet a fish. And yes, there is a process and a way that you're supposed to do it based on the anatomy of the fish. So you have to be accurate, or you get bones in there and it's messier than it needs to be and all kinds of nasty is just in there and you have to pay attention. It was a mutual decision after pulling Kohberger aside and having a conversation with him that he was not comfortable being there. He wasn't as friendly because he wasn't as talkative and outgoing as they needed him to be, and his knife skills were shit. The man who was accused of taking the lives of 4 people with one blade that, again, apparently never nicked and left any sort of metal in any of the bodies, apparently, because we haven't heard anything about that. Some strong-ass one single blade thing. He could not fillet fish. That was wild. To find that actual very specific instance of his inability to actually use a knife was wild. Super, super wild. Kohberger's supervising instructor at WSU believed that Kohberger did this in a way to display power or dominance. Kohberger's supervising instructor also was aware of a complaint made by a senior student that Kohberger stared at her a lot in class and that it made her feel uncomfortable. Kohberger would engage in similar inappropriate behavior with WSU instructors. The instructor under whom Kohberger served as her graduate teaching assistant reported that she would regularly interact with him and that he was frequently in her office. That instructor stated that Kohberger would stand behind her while she was working at her desk and stare over her shoulder at her. This instructor had another WSU professor escort her to her car at the end of the workday because Kohberger's behavior was of such concern. Kohberger's inappropriate behavior with this instructor also was reported to other WSU professors, but not the office where it needed to be reported. Not to the police. Because it's so excessive, no, it's concerning, and you're telling everybody and their mama about it, but you're still not filing a report. I have issues with that. Another female WSU staff member described Kohberger as creepy and stated that he would simply stand at her desk and stare at her or her coworker. She also observed Kohberger physically block her coworker in her desk area. Kohberger would also follow his female staffer and her coworker to their cars at the end of the day, causing her to arrange an escort at 5 p.m. after work to safely get to their cars. And again, I say, if it's that serious, why were you not calling the cops? If it's that serious, why are you not calling the cops? There were also numerous instances where Kohberger would block the door and trap female graduate students in their own on-campus student offices for long periods of time. In one instance, a WSU professor heard a female graduate student say, "I really need to get out of here," and the professor intervened by going to the office to allow the female student to leave. One female graduate student reported that Kohberger would trap her in her office and that he would try to talk to her about Ted Bundy. And again, that's because that exact same person wrote a paper about Ted Bundy that he had read, and he was talking to her about something that was a common interest. So, some WSU graduate students would try to keep their on-campus office doors closed in order to keep Kohberger out, yet the other ones left them open. So obviously it was a personal choice and a preference that really didn't have anything to probably do with him at all. Yet other WSU graduate students would keep their office doors open as a place of refuge for others at the event that Kohberger was present. And again, after all of this and him tormenting and messing with everyone in that office, no one bothered to call the police. Not a single police report was done. Not a tip was had either. It just doesn't make sense. Kohberger was perceived by female classmates as dominant and sexist and was disrespectful to female instructors, which that didn't happen until Pennsylvania, apparently, because Ramsland didn't have an issue with him. The one that, what was her name? Michelle Berger? One of the two. She didn't have an issue. Nobody else had, no other professors ever had a problem with him until now. Kohberger's coworkers in the WSU criminal justice program believed that he was an incel or involuntarily celibate and was sexually frustrated. By September 2022, Kohberger had developed a reputation at WSU for being a dick. Well, I've got a reputation for being a bitch, but it doesn't mean that I'm going to go out and freaking kill 4 people. So, Kohberger has also developed a reputation at WSU for being very homophobic. And again, I will say, what we have learned in the reports is that Bryan Kohberger is a very conservative-leaning person. He believes that there is a way that a household should be ran. He apparently has expressed, again, just according to reports coming from other people's faces, He has expressed the traditional home, wife at home, kids at home, man being the bread maker is pretty much the kind of thing that he seemed to have been leaning towards wanting, according to conversations, again, apparently that he had with people that were in his car and still didn't call him in as a tip. He also did not want a bunch of gay pride flags, stickers all over the place in the TA offices. He didn't want it on his door. He felt like they shouldn't be used as decorative wallpaper. I don't see the problem with that. That's not what you're supposed to be even paying attention to whenever you're in college. It's about your education. So I don't see that being homophobic. I see that as he was being very sincere about how he felt when it came to a place of education. And some of people that happen to be part of the LGBTQ community, which the T doesn't need to be there, but that's a discussion for another time. People in that community had issues with him because the boy, the man that shared rides with him and was in his car, is a gay man who now has issues with Kohberger, but had no issue sitting in the vehicle for hours in front of his own house where he easily could have gotten out of the vehicle and gone inside, is now trying to claim that Kohberger is all these things. Well, you had no issue, again, being in his own vehicle with him in front of your home. You could have gotten out at any time and stopped that conversation. You kept it going. And the other girl that had a problem with him is a girl that he asked out for coffee after humiliating her with his own opinion because she didn't like what he had to say and he didn't like what she had to say. These were personalities that were just clashing. And again, if Kohberger was homophobic, why would he have had a gay man in his car and had been riding around with him and taking him places and hanging out with him at his house, like in front of his house, having a conversation? I don't find that as being homophobic. If you're homophobic, you don't hang out with gay people, right? Especially not in your own vehicle. You wouldn't even want to deal with it. You wouldn't be taking him anywhere. So somebody not wanting gay pride stickers all over the place is not being homophobic. Somebody wanting a conservative lifestyle where they have a wife at home and kids at home and they're the breadwinner, that's not being homophobic. And if anybody believes that, I'm sorry that you've been brainwashed. But those two things, those three things are not the same. They're not the same. They're not. Kohberger would pick fights with other WSU classmates, and his arguments would leave the class upset. Kohberger was described as very angry, as if he had built up a fury or rage, which I don't know about that. That's crazy. Kohberger tended to be aggressive when interacting with female colleagues and would get agitated, argumentative, and confrontational during class instruction, as well as out of the classroom, often prompting other classmates to intervene. In one instance that occurred during the first few weeks of the semester, this is where BK Norton gets embarrassed. A confrontation with Kohberger made a female student so upset that she fled the classroom in tears during the middle of class, leaving her possessions behind. Professors in the WSU graduate program were aware of the incident at the time that it occurred. The student later filed a complaint against Kohberger with the WSU CCR office. The student filed this complaint with the goal of creating documentation of the incident should further issues arise with Kohberger. This is right after he asked her out for coffee, and because he already knew that she was a lesbian and had a girlfriend, she took it as him being homophobic and trying to turn her and all kind of crazy stuff, and she got mad and reported him to HR, even though, again, she never says he raised his voice to her after she turned him down. She never says that he got this horrible look on his face and his face changed. Never said his eyes changed. She never says he called her a name. He didn't call her the B word. He didn't start cussing her out. None of those things happened. She got in her car with her girlfriend and she left. And then she went the next day and reported him to HR for it. Does that make any freaking sense to anybody with a brain that's not a freaking little snowflake? Seriously. These are the kind of extreme people that are out there causing problems in a million different aspects of our life. Let's be so serious. Let's be so serious. Kohberger's female classmates kept a board with a running tally of his behaviors in female instructor-led classes versus male instructor-led classes. Again, this is where it becomes very obvious that BK Norton is the stalker. This is where it becomes extremely obvious that BK Norton has a personal vendetta against Bryan Kohberger because she's watching his every move. She's notating and journaling his every move. She's the stalker. And it's all written down and confessed to. On top of it, again, she lied and said that some of it took place in 2021 to place Kohberger in the area at the time of that August 2021 knife incident, just so that his name would be on the suspect list. And it was all a lie. That is this person. How she hasn't been charged for obstruction of justice, for lying to the police and lying about an event that put him there that didn't actually happen, just to be an asshole. I don't know how she hasn't been charged. It is the lesbian. It's the same person, Harry Potter's beard. Same person. Same person. This case is the most... This case is the wildest thing. The wildest thing. Oh my gosh. Okay. During one particular class, Kohberger stared at a female student 9 times, meaning that BK Norton was so obsessed with watching Kohberger that she wasn't paying attention in class at all, to count that he looked at a girl 9 times the whole time while he's being stared at by somebody else in order for that to be noticed. BK Norton is the stalker. WSU professors were aware of this tally board concerning Kohberger's behavior. Where is it? Steve Goncalves has mentioned this damn mythical thing for like 2.5 years now, 2 years now, since after the grand jury, and we have yet to see it. Where is it? Does it even exist? Or is it just her in her freaking head? I don't know how we haven't seen it by now. In one incident, Kohberger and a female WSU graduate student were alone in a classroom, and Kohberger physically blocked her from leaving the room. Do you see how they just keep repeating stuff over and over again? They're making it sound like there's more going on here, and they're not going back and putting it all just in one section altogether. They're repeating it over and over again to make it look like it's more excessive. In another incident, Kohberger asked out a fellow WSU staff member who rejected his advance, and then he followed her outside to her car. The WSU staff member told another female WSU graduate student that Kohberger had been stalking her. This resulted in another report being filed with WSU CCR office. He followed her to her car to have a conversation with her one time after she rejected his proposal to go somewhere, and that's stalking? One instance of him coming out to your car and continuing the conversation with you, because that's what the report says. That's what the ISP report says, that they were in the middle of a conversation. She said she needed to go, and he got out of her way, and she walked outside, but they didn't end the conversation. He just walked her out to her car and continued the conversation. If they were friends, that wouldn't have been a problem. You're continuing on the conversation as you're walking to your car. Coworkers do that 1,000,000 times a day. That's not abnormal behavior. Colleagues in the WSU criminal justice program also were aware that undergraduate students were uncomfortable about Kohberger. Kohberger's office mate, a fellow WSU teaching assistant for the criminology program, was aware that Kohberger attempted to use his authority as a TA to inappropriately interact with female students. The office mate thought that Kohberger wanted a girlfriend and would frequently talk about his desire for a girlfriend. Again, he would have conversations about the conservative household because that's what he wanted, apparently. A 19-year-old WSU sophomore first met Kohberger when he came to her student office. Shortly thereafter, Kohberger started coming to her office nearly every day to talk. Kohberger's office was located in a different part of the building, and he did not have a particular reason to be in the area of the sophomore's office. The topics of his conversation became more personal rather than focused on his studies or work as a WSU teaching assistant. The sophomore would try to focus on her work, but Kohberger would remain in her office whether or not she interacted with him. She described her interactions with Kohberger as uncomfortable. Somebody that just didn't see him that way. You can not like somebody. It's totally fine not to like somebody back. On one occasion, the sophomore returned to her office to find Kohberger inside. She told him that she was closing the office, and he followed her outside. Kohberger then asked if she wanted to get coffee, but the sophomore declined and stated that her girlfriend was coming to pick her up. This is her. The sophomore told her bosses at WSU about the incident. He asked her for coffee, and she went and reported it to the bosses. Not because you shouldn't be dating internally with, coworkers or whatever, but because she was pissed that he knew she was gay and he asked her out for coffee anyway, and she felt like it was some sort of homophobic retaliation. That's what her stuff says. You read it, that's what you get from it. Girl is full of shit. In response, they told her that she should not be alone with Kohberger and suggested that she have campus security escort her out. Her bosses at WSU told the sophomore that she was not the first to report such problems with Kohberger. Then where's the police reports? Where are the police reports? Kohberger continued to come to the sophomore's campus office when she was alone. On another occasion, Kohberger stood directly behind the sophomore's chair as she was working. He stood directly behind her for a while and did not move until another WSU advisor came into the room. Why didn't the girl say something? You can speak. You can say, hey, can you not stand behind me? That's like one of my things. If I'm in the same room as you and you're standing up, you can be standing up sort of like in front of me if you're farther away. But if you're closer to me, you're going to get punched in the throat if you don't sit down because you're making me nervous and I don't like it. So I would have said something. But again, that's just me, and I'm different than a lot of people. So the sophomore was told that WSU staff had talked to Kohberger as many as 5 times about his inappropriate behavior. When she would see Kohberger in the hallway, he would physically corner her and attempt to force a conversation, even though the sophomore tried not to engage. The sophomore found these experiences to be scary, especially when she was alone. And again, no police. No police reports. The sophomore thought that it was strange that Kohberger seemed to know her schedule and would intentionally encounter her. In another incident, the sophomore saw Kohberger walking outside as she was locking up her campus office. Kohberger made eye contact with the sophomore through the window as if he was looking for her in anticipation, and then he entered the office building. In order to avoid contact with Kohberger, the panicked sophomore fled to the bathroom to hide. She hid out of instinct due to how uncomfortable contact with Kohberger had become. But again, no police reports. Out of concern over Kohberger, the sophomore's boss at WSU would occasionally take her home so that she would not have to walk by herself or take public transportation. So severe that you've got other people now taking you home because you don't want to be alone outside of class, and you're still not telling the police and filing a report. The sophomore became concerned about how many precautions needed to be taken because of Kohberger's behavior, and again, no police reports. In another incident, the sophomore's neighbor informed her that someone was lurking outside the window of her residence and warned her to lock the door. She later learned that Kohberger lived nearby. That does not mean that it was Kohberger, literally at all. Kohberger's supervising instructor at WSU was aware that the sophomore had made complaints about Kohberger's behavior. Another female undergraduate student who attended a class where Kohberger was the assigned teaching assistant reported that he always seemed to be staring at her when she would look up. She also noted that Kohberger would intentionally leave the class at the same time as her and follow her to her car. See, this part's wild to me because if class is dismissed, then that pretty much means you're all going to leave class at the same time. And if class is dismissed at the same time and everyone's leaving at the time that class is dismissed at the same time, everyone pretty much exits the building the same way. So I don't really know how much important or serious this is, because to me that's normal in just living this life and knowing how these things work. So I don't know. Later, that student learned that Kohberger had photos of her and her female classmates on his cell phone. See, this is the person, apparently, that's claiming that she recognized a photo that was very blurred out and unable to actually be seen from the Dateline episode. And again, we have not heard a single thing about if this girl was shown the actual photos from Bryan Kohberger's phone, according to Celebrite, and found the one that she claims is her and her friend. We have no further information from that. That's it. A WSU employee who was assigned to work with Kohberger began receiving complaints in late August 2022 from students and staff in the criminal justice program about Kohberger's inappropriate behavior. Because of these complaints, the WSU employee spent a lot of time, at least once a week, speaking about Kohberger during different disciplinary meetings. These meetings focused on Kohberger's interactions with fellow graduate students in and out of the classroom, along with his behavior around some of the criminal justice professors. The various complaints included outspoken, discriminatory comments, which were homophobic, ableist, xenophobic, and misogynistic in nature. Very, very, very strong words. Other complaints included that Kohberger would stare at people and stand uncomfortably close or lean over women, making them uncomfortable. As a result of the complaints, the WSU employee brought Kohberger to her office to talk about the complaints and attempt to get him to correct his behavior, but Kohberger deflected personal responsibility. I wonder if those conversations are recorded. On more than one occasion, WSU employees would stay in a room where Kohberger was engaging with a WSU colleague out of concern that the colleague should not be left alone with Kohberger. In one instance, see, they're repeating stuff over and over, repeat. In one instance, a WSU employee told the colleague to email her with the subject heading 911 if she needed help. Another WSU professor was asked by WSU staff to check on another colleague because Kohberger had been harassing her. A fellow female WSU graduate student was asked by WSU to start keeping track of Kohberger's behaviors towards her. That's the tally. The student had already made this is right here, again, an informal report about Kohberger to WSU, but did not like the way that WSU responded to her informal report. And again, when she was later told to CC the department again, because she didn't like how they handled her non-actual report, she decided not to, proving once again that it doesn't matter what she's told the processes are, she's not going to do it. She's not going to do it because she thinks she's entitled to not have to follow the rules. And she expects people to just bow to her every whim anyway, even though she's not following the rules. That's not reality. That's not how it works at all. The student continued to report her experiences with Kohberger to WSU, including to the program chair and other professors, and reported that Kohberger's actions made her feel unsafe. Another fellow female WSU graduate student made multiple complaints to WSU about Kohberger's behavior. She was directed to copy her complaints to another WSU department, but she was reluctant to do so because she had bad experiences with that in the past. What am I hearing? 1 second. My son's phone alarm is going off. Hold on. Okay, never mind. He grabbed it before I could leave the room. Okay. Okay, yeah, see right here. This is another one that is reluctant to do what she's told to do because she just doesn't want to. She didn't do it correctly to begin with, so now she's just okay. And it's not another one. This is the same person. They're not being honest in this damn report. We've seen the actual reports from ISP. We know which ones are the same people. Another fellow female WSU graduate student had multiple complaints to WSU about Kohberger's behavior. She was directed to copy her complaints to another WSU department, but she was reluctant to do so because she had bad experiences with that in the past. So again, just not going to do what she's told to do. As early as mid-September 2022, WSU professors were discussing the need to do an intervention with Kohberger because he's offended several of our female students. When asked, "How do you want to handle this?" another WSU professor responded, "Let's see when we have more information." Around September or October 2022, and mind you, the situation with the police officer and the 3 people stepping down has been going on, at least in way of investigating what happened, since like, what was it, August 2022? So as this is going on, they're already dealing with that. They should have been paying even more attention and not saying, let's see what happens when we have more information. And again, this is a professor saying this. This is the professors saying this. This is not the board. This is not the school. These are the teachers in the teacher's lounge being gossipy. That's what this is. Around September or October 2022, a fellow WSU graduate teaching assistant was asked to monitor Kohberger's behavior. Again, this is the same. You're asked to keep a tally. You're asked to report things. It's the exact same thing. They're repeating it over and over and over again to make this a bag of chips, basically. All this is air. A fellow WSU graduate teaching assistant was asked to monitor Kohberger's behavior because others at WSU wanted to track it. The teaching assistant was instructed to write down anything she saw and notify WSU staff. It was discussed that WSU could not give Kohberger a PhD and the resulting authority that it could give him out of concern over his inappropriate behavior. Also around September or October 2022, a female graduate student came to a WSU professor, this is the break-in one, to report that someone had broken into her apartment and stolen intimate items such as perfume and underwear, and that the student was very scared. The WSU professor also believed that Kohberger was stalking people. Never once in the reports that we heard from all the other unsubstantiated sources, let's be serious, did they ever mention that Home Chick said anything to a professor? At least nothing that I can remember. All I know is that when Chief Jenkins came out and this very specific thing was mentioned to him, he said that when this happened, there was no reports. There was no reports. Now, granted, he took over when those 3 people were removed, and he used to be the police chief of Pullman. He was asked to come in. There was no reports made of this break-in. None. So you're telling me that this chick actually had somebody break into her apartment and steal shit. And instead of telling the school office, instead of calling the WSU police department, she goes and tells some random ass professor that doesn't do anything else either. This professor should have said, why are you telling me go file a police report? And there's not one. So how much of this am I supposed to believe? How much? In another incident, Kohberger got into an argument with his WSU mentor and supervising instructor for whom he also served as a teaching assistant. This argument escalated to the point of shouting and the instructor telling Kohberger to leave his office. This was Snyder. This was Snyder, who in the report said he was getting aggravated because it was Friday, and he goes and he meets a drinking buddy at the bar after work, and Kohberger was holding him from his alcohol. That's what that was. That was a man who needed his alcohol fix, that was losing patience because the more that Kohberger talked, the further away that first sip was. We need to be honest about things here. Kohberger refused to leave the instructor's office, causing the instructor to leave his own office. It was common for Kohberger to prevent his mentor and instructor from leaving his office, which the mentor believed was Kohberger power tripping to exert control. No. Home dude is autistic. Doesn't know how to have normal conversations with people because he has social anxiety and autism. He's a bit of a different kind of duck. It's not power if it's something that he doesn't know that he's doing because it's just the way his brain works. And if he doesn't know when to end a conversation, if he doesn't know how to take those social cues, it's not a controlling power trip. It's he doesn't know how to do things normal. All because of his diagnoses. We see this in a lot of adults. Look at Elon Musk. That is one of the most socially awkward people I think I've ever seen in life. He's very strange, but he's very smart. He's very awkward. We can see in the way that Elon Musk behaves, what they're trying to tell us about Kohberger here. If you've ever watched him on anything, you know exactly what I mean. Kohberger was also known to make unwanted advances to a female employee of the WSU bookstore. Now, this is one where in the reports from ISP, I had never heard a word about a bookstore girl until those reports. So this is the one that I mentioned earlier that I find strange that with what they're about to claim here in a minute, that this did not involve the police. If this one would have involved a police report, then I could maybe give a little bit more credence to all the rest of it, but this one failed to do so. A male bookstore coworker would attempt to intervene to prevent Kohberger from interacting with the female employee. The female employee was unsettled that Kohberger knew her name, even though she did not wear a name tag and had not told him her name. It also seemed to the female employee that Kohberger knew what hours she worked, and he would make remarks about her schedule. This is the part where I don't understand why cops were not called. If true. One evening, the female employee was home alone, changing in her bedroom when someone knocked on her window. She called her husband to come home from work. Occasion number one. This is the second one where I don't understand why the cops were not called. On one occasion, she heard someone on her porch in the evening. Her husband came home again and saw a white car leaving the area. Kohberger drove a white car. Both occurrences were in August or September 2022. Why did you not call the cops? This is the second time your wife is home alone and somebody is at your house effing with her and no one calls the damn police. Has everyone just been given like lobotomies? Why is no one acting normal in these situations? That's crazy. That's crazy. A WSU employee whose duties include investigating and providing education, mediation, and other disciplinary focused responses to complaints or reports made by members of the student body, especially complaints that have discriminatory nexus, stated that she never interacted with Kohberger, but admitted that she received 13 reports highlighting concerns regarding his behavior. Well, Moscow PD isn't too far off from not really interacting with Kohberger either. One fellow female WSU graduate student reported that the way Kohberger spoke to females in the department was unsettling to them and that she had never met anyone that acted in such a condescending manner as Kohberger. She wondered why people in power at the WSU Criminal Justice Department did not address his behavior. Can we just read that sentence? See what I mean? They are repeating things over and over and over again to make this look like there's more than there really is. On November 2nd, 2022, 2 days before the article comes out about the bad officer who was doing all the nasty stuff resigning, 2 days before that would happen, WSU put Kohberger on a brief, vague, and non-specific 4-point improvement plan due to his inappropriate behavior, but that plan set no specific goals. And this is from the ISP docs. We saw this already. November 2nd, 2022, to the Department of Criminal Justice and Criminology. 1, meet weekly with supervisor at established meeting time. 2, keep track of weekly hours and provide report to supervisor. 3, establish weekly goals with supervisor and discuss whether previous week's goals were met during each weekly meeting. And 4, make sure weekly goals are progressively harder to ensure progress throughout the rest of the semester. What about this says you've been a discriminatory, sexist, homophobic asshole, and you've got to change your behavior or you got to go? This looks like regular schmegular TA and grade improvement plan. This does not look like an improvement plan for somebody with behavioral problems. This looks really normal. This looks like someone who just needs academic goals set. Exactly. Literally nothing in this thing has a damn thing to do with any complaints. It doesn't even say any complaints have been received. Now, this is what we're going to do to try to alleviate the problem. None of that. None of that. Insane. On November 8th, 2022, and by the way, I'm going to have to definitely not go live again tonight because it's already almost 7:15. And I had the live to go over the 12 to 102 timestamp for the 1112 King Road footage at 8:15, which is in an hour. And there's no way. There's just no freaking way. Hopefully we're done with this by then, but there's just no way. So I'm actually going to go in and change the time for this real quick to tomorrow at, I want to do it fairly early. I'm not going to lie. It's probably going to be like 11:45 in the morning. I think that's what I'm going to set it to. Yeah. So we'll go live at 11:45 tomorrow morning to go over that King Road footage. Here's the link for that live right here. So then Sunday morning, I will release the raw footage and the file, or I'll just go ahead and put the damn file in the live before tomorrow. But we'll go ahead and do that because there's just no way. We're not even going to be done with this. And again, I'm not even reading like all the policies and stuff, but there's just no way. But there's that. It should be reflecting now if you click on it at a different time. Let me make sure. Yeah, live in 16. Okay. That's okay. Law and Crime Network an hour ago reports on the lawsuit claiming stalker Bryan Kohberger. So as per usual, the media is just running with the stupid shit that's in the report, knowing damn well that it's not true. It's not surprising. That's not surprising, literally at all. I'm so tired of calling them idiots out. They don't care either way. I'm just going to keep doing what I do and F them. I just don't care. I just don't care. If people still watch those channels knowing that they're giving false information, you've got to starve it. That's the only way for it to go away, is you have to starve it. And I get that people want to go over there and they want to be in the comments to like debunk the bullshit. Trust me, I understand that pull. I understand the pull for that. I get it. But you've got to starve it or it's not going to go away. You just have to. Okay, on Tuesday, November 8th, 2022, WSU conducted a remedial mandatory discrimination and harassment training for all graduate students due to Kohberger's inappropriate behavior. During Kohberger's attendance at this training, WSU staff observed him sitting at the back of the room with his hands behind his head staring at the ceiling. This is where this becomes crazy, because they're saying that this having to happen, this training having to happen, and the majority of people knowing that it came from Kohberger's behavior is what triggered him to commit a quadruple homicide. So this, not only are they saying that there was policies that weren't followed by WSU, but now they're saying that the training that took place 5 days before the crime is what triggered him to do what they're claiming that he did. Isn't that crazy? It's a bit crazy. A bit crazy. Blaker took KG's statement about the missing woman. Yes, that's true too. I remember that. Thank you for the 50, Wicked, Wild, and Wise. All likes matter. Help the truth get out there to the masses. Your like matters. Well, thank you so much. Yes, please like and do all the things. I just feel weird saying it. Like, I already don't like the fact that I say it because I know I need to at the end of every video, but to like just come into the live and be like, make sure you hit the like and all that. It just makes me feel weird. Like, it's just weird. So I'm glad that you guys remember to do that because it's just odd to me. It's really odd. Unapologetically me. 9 months for being here. Thank you so much for being here for so long. I appreciate that. Okay. The graduate students knew that the discrimination and harassment training was specifically due to Kohberger's behavior. On November 8th, 2022, discrimination and harassment training embarrassed Kohberger in front of his entire cohort, something that Waiver 21 specifically advised against and warned that in a campus setting, problematic individuals are most likely to become violent in the days following a shameful or rejecting event such as a reprimand. They're going there. During one faculty meeting, a discussion concerning Kohberger took up most of the time because he was highly problematic. Concern was expressed that Kohberger's behavior around women, including that he was aggressive towards women and made them uncomfortable. The WSU faculty discussed if or how they could intervene. One WSU professor warned her colleagues at that meeting that Kohberger was a predator. And again, we've read this already. They are repeating themselves once more. He is smart enough that in 4 years, we will have to give him a PhD. Mark my word, I work with predators. And if we give him a PhD, that's the guy that in that many years, when he is a professor, we will hear is harassing, stalking, and SAing his students at wherever university he ended. That WSU professor also believed that Kohberger was already stalking people. This is the same one they're claiming that the girl who had the apartment broken into, suddenly out of nowhere, we're now hearing she told this person this, which is also somebody that Kohberger worked under. Kohberger's supervising instructor at WSU, however, was concerned. This is Snyder again. Again, they're repeating themselves. We've gone over this already. Concerned that removing Kohberger from employment with WSU would open the university up to a civil lawsuit from Kohberger, meaning again, with everything that was being said, there was not proof enough to terminate him. The professor that did not like him, the one that says that he has some sort of control problem because he stays in the room and blah, 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 doesn't end the conversation, whatever. He is saying there is not receipts enough to fire him. That's important because this guy didn't even like him. And he's saying, oh, no, that wouldn't be a good idea. Professor Snyder said this. The one he has issues with. The one that came out and did interviews. He's got a little bit of gray hair and a gray mustache, and he's the one who was pissy because Kohberger was holding him up for his bar buddy date. Yeah. That guy. And I put this here because I don't know, because they say they didn't adequately intervene, but then they say that they fired him or whatever, terminated him later, but they don't give a date. They don't give a date. Despite numerous complaints about Kohberger's behavior from students, faculty, and staff, WSU failed to properly and adequately intervene or take steps to mitigate and prevent further threatening, dangerous, or predatory behavior by Kohberger. WSU had actual knowledge of significant problematic and dangerous behavior that should have caused WSU to perform a formal and comprehensive threat assessment on Kohberger. And again, they were literally in the middle of all the shit with that police officer. I don't see how they would not have moved on this if it was adequate, if it was real. I don't see how that's possible. For example, WSU did provide safety escorts to concerned staff and students, evidencing its awareness of the significant danger that Kohberger posed to the Pullman Moscow community. But where is this proof? We have ISP reports from interviews that were done by people, to people, with people, after Kohberger was already arrested, but we've yet to see the actual reports. So where is the report that these escorts were actually provided and it was documented? I want to see that. They've yet to prove it. There is no indication, however, that WSU used its TAT, threat assessment testing, to conduct a threat assessment of Kohberger, or that it employed any of the potential interventions recommended by its Waiver 21 protocols. Had WSU's TAT conducted a proper and comprehensive threat assessment, it would have readily identified that Kohberger prominently displayed nearly every red flag that Waiver 21 warns about, including being autistic. For instance, a proper threat assessment would have found, among other things, that Kohberger had characteristics associated with a heightened risk for violence, including anger problems, lack of empathy, and a strong sense of entitlement. A proper threat assessment would also have shown other recognized serious warning signs for violence. I've been talking a lot. Including but not limited to that Kohberger was engaging in stalking and menacing behavior that was escalating and instilling extreme fear in his female victims, yet no police reports. And that he was having increasing conflict with professors and colleagues, the same professor that said, yeah, you probably shouldn't fire him, he's going to sue you. Okay. That he was having increasing problems with his work performance, that I will agree with. That's why that improvement plan looks more like that. Like it's a TA improvement plan. It's a college related improvement plan. It's a work related improvement plan. It doesn't say anything about any of this other bullshit. That he was autistic and sexually frustrated. Okay, we don't know that. Home Dude had how many dating apps on his phone? He also, again, had that chick that he hung out with all the time that wanted to be with him, according, again, just to Dateline, wanted to be with Kohberger, but he didn't want to be with her. If that's the same chick walking around Walmart with him, she must have not been just about to give up. She's still hanging out with the dude, which almost sounds like the same exact persistence that Kohberger's having in all these other situations that these girls don't like. But we don't know this. We don't know if he was sleeping with people that he was meeting on dating apps. We don't know what the frick was going on in that department. We don't. So yeah, cool. You can say this. We don't know what the hell he was doing in his personal life. We have no freaking clue. That he was preoccupied with violent homicidal fantasies, sexual burglary, and serial killers. Well, this was, again, his study. And assignments. That he was in possession of a K-bar military-style hunting knife that we have yet to see the damn receipts for, by the way. That he was using WSU's, this is where it gets so stupid, that he was using WSU's ResNet internet network for improper purposes, such as troubling searches related to his damn assignments, and stalking, no stalking, and planning his attack, okay, and murder of decedents. There's nothing in connection. There is nothing in social media. There is nothing. The lies, the absolute lies. It's actually ridiculous. And that he had photos of WSU and University of Idaho female undergraduate students on his cell phone. I don't know if that's true or not. I know that they are claiming that he had photos of people on his phone. They're showing some blurry stuff in the Dateline thing. But again, I asked Celebrite if there was anything besides a bunch of damn selfies that they could send me, because that's all they gave us. And they never responded. So again, we have no proof if the girl actually saw the photo or if she's just basing it off of the blur. We don't know. Had WSU performed a proper threat assessment, it would have determined that Kohberger posed an extremely high and imminent risk of violence. A proper threat assessment would have required that WSU identify likely targets of any possible violence that Kohberger might commit, including by examination of his cell phone, computers, internet search history, and an inspection and search of all university-supplied apartment and office. A proper threat assessment also would have required that WSU identify potential triggering events that could cause Kohberger to commit violence. I'm not going to keep repeating the exact same thing. Required WSU identify steps that could be taken to manage and mitigate Kohberger's risk for violence. Again, the whole control thing is where it goes back to. There is no indication that WSU CCR office conducted a proper, comprehensive, or timely investigation into the more than a dozen formal complaints made about Kohberger. There is no indication that WSU did any of these things. Instead, for months, it continued to state in a state of organizational and bureaucratic paralysis, while continuing to employ Kohberger as a teaching assistant, continuing to provide Kohberger with housing, health benefits, free tuition, free internet access, continuing to pay Kohberger a salary, and continuing to provide Kohberger with academic studies focused on criminal behavior that fed his preoccupation and obsession with SA and mass murder. Kohberger commits mass murder, which is foreseeable to WSU. Again. Thinking that he's going to be some sort of nasty college professor that's, you know, for some reason there's more of that than there is normal good ones, is a ginormous leap from he's going to commit quadruple homicide someday. That's a massive leap. And that's what they're claiming. On the weekend, and look, they're about to put some, this is where you're about to get angry. Okay, this is where we're getting into the lies about the case facts. Y'all are gonna get mad. You're gonna get mad. On the weekend immediately following the November 8th, 2022 discrimination and harassment training, Kohberger commits mass murder, which was foreseeable to WSU. In the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022, while he was still employed by and enrolled at WSU, here we go with the lies. Kohberger stared through the back window of a home at 1122, which is like, this is weird right here. Stared through the back window of a home at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho, immediately adjacent to the University of Idaho. They are taking the fact that somebody's face imprint and hand imprint was on the glass window in the back kitchen area next to the slider, and they're saying that he is the one who stood there and stared through the back window of that house. That's what they're saying. That's what they're saying. Kohberger, this window right here. That's what they're saying. Kohberger, masked and dressed in all black, entered the King Road residence by slipping through a kitchen sliding glass door at the back of the home. Again, something you can't prove. Kaylee Goncalves was heard to frantically yell in fear, "Someone's here." This is the next part. Kohberger was heard to say, "It's okay, Kaylee. I'm here for you." That is false as F. That is false as shit. Not true. Not true. Using a military-style K-bar knife, Kohberger then violently stabbed to death 4 victims that were later identified by police as Kaylee Goncalves, Maddie Mogen, Xana, Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. Below is a photograph of the victims taken only a matter of hours before their murders. The victims were all undergraduate students at the University of Idaho. Police found defensive wounds on both Xana, Kernodle, and Maddie Mogen's hands, but we're supposed to believe everyone was asleep, right? Kaylee Goncalves was unrecognizable as her facial structure was extremely damaged. Only one person that I know of would have that kind of rage towards Kaylee. I'm just saying. Kaylee Goncalves was unrecognizable. Okay. 2 other female residents of the King Road residence survived the encounter. A surviving 19-year-old resident of the King Road residence reported to police that before the murders, Kaylee Goncalves had seen a shadowy figure watching her from the tree line at the back of the residence, which freaked her out. And again, going back in and listening to all of these things, Bethany is the person that Kaylee called, and Bethany is the person everyone else who has mentioned this story, she is where they've gotten this from, including Dylan. Dylan was not told this by Kaylee. If you go back and listen to the Mallory interview, she says that she was speaking to Bethany, and Bethany said blah, 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 blah about Kaylee. She had no direct knowledge of this. So Kaylee didn't go around just like telling everybody this situation. Everyone heard about it from Bethany. We need to keep that in mind because that's literally what happens in here. If you want to go back and listen to the verbiage that's being stated, have at it, but that's the case. That's the case. Goncalves also told, this is where it's a lie. This is a freaking lie because this person right here was not a stalker. Goncalves also told her family and roommates about a stalker in Moscow, Idaho that followed her to her car. This is the Winco incident where on the damn cameras where there is literally police reports where these stupid ass lawyers could have gone in and read the truth before they put the lies in here. They would have seen that this was 2 guys that were at the Winco that were walking around, checking out chicks and trying to ask people out. And they cowered it out. The one cowered it out before they got to Kaylee. These are not stalkers. These were one-offs is what this was. So they're not only in here lying about Kohberger, but they're lying about other things that we have been told as well. Things that we already have the information for. This is when Kaylee and Xana, and I think one other person in that home, went to Winco to get alcohol. And Xana was like in the car. And Kaylee told her about the guy following her and looking at her at the self-checkout after she got back into the car. But this was, again, on camera. The police have the camera footage, and they reported in their report about it that it was two guys that were looking at girls, and they interviewed them, and they were asking them out on dates or trying to ask a girl out on a date. That's what that was. Why are they lying? Why are they lying about everything? The 19-year-old resident of the King Road residence also reported to police that she and another roommate were often freaked out at the home because they felt there was someone watching them from outside the back window. I have never in any of the reports heard that. The only thing that we heard about freaked outness is that Dylan is a cry wolf and calls people over to, apparently, at least this is the story that we're getting from Emily and Hunter. I don't know if this is true because they've taken up for that little liar so much, and they might need to be trying to save face themselves because they've taken up for this little liar so much. So I don't notice how accurate this is. But they're claiming that for every little noise that this chick hears, she's calling somebody who's got a boyfriend to come over and check out the house because, oh my God, a pan fell in the kitchen and I'm having a panic attack. But the one time that you hear screams and you hear running and you see a person dressed in all black with the mask on running, going out of the door, and you don't know what's going on and no one's answering you, the one time you needed to call somebody to come and check shit out, you don't bother? That's weird. And then on top of that, Bethany says that about a week before the murders, she hears a scream in the middle of the night that freaks her out so bad, she has somebody come pick her up and she goes and spends the night at a friend's house. Now, I'm going to be looking more into that because I have a lot of questions. The way that she describes this scream is very familiar. It's very familiar. Even the timing is interesting. So now I'm actually kind of wondering a couple things. We'll talk about that in another video. But I came across that portion again today, and I didn't remember the way that she had described the scream. So it's very interesting. We're going to get to it in another video. It's on the list. It's on the list. During the time of the murders, the 19-year-old resident heard Goncalves crying and Kohberger telling Goncalves that he was there for her. Again, no the F she didn't. That's a lie. On November 13th, 2022, and in the days following, both WSU and the University of Idaho sent alerts to their students and staff about the murders and potential ongoing risks. After the quadruple murders, but before Kohberger was identified as a suspect, Kohberger's supervising instructor at WSU considered the possibility that Kohberger had committed the murders. No, they didn't. Because no one called in the tip. And knowing you can be anonymous, you're full of shit. Similarly, fellow WSU graduate students also immediately thought Kohberger committed the murders. Lie. Lie. Like, even in the reports that we read coming from the Idaho State Police website, none of them claim that. None of them claim that. It's actually insane. The lies. Like, it's just continuous. And I'm just still shocked every time. So stupid. Kohberger's office mate and fellow teaching assistant employed by WSU observed, this is a lie, a large scratch on Kohberger's face, which looked like scratches from fingernails. We literally have a selfie of this man's whole face hours after the crimes took place. Tell me, what is a scratch in the room with us? Is it? Because we've seen all three versions of that photo. Because we have whichever one is the original, which is probably the one we got from Celebrite. We have the one where he looks like he's melting into the shower tiles, shower linoleum, that was given to us by the state. Then we have another one that came out from Dateline where he's got red splotches on his face and he looks like he needs to shave because his hair is starting to grow back. And they're the exact same photo given to us, completely falsified and edited. That's the selfie. That's the selfie. Let me see if I still have that picture saved. Because I could have sworn that I still had it. Because if I do, I want to show it to you. For those of you who might not know what I'm talking about. Oh, of course I have it. Of course I have it. Let me show this to you guys. I did a video on this, so most of you guys have probably seen this. But I'm going to show this to you. Isn't this insane? This one right here came from the state. This is the first one that we saw. This right here came from Dateline, which came from information from Celebrite. But they edited it because this is the one that I got when I asked Celebrite for the Google Drive that Plunder came out and told us existed. And they sent me this photo. So this right here is the one that he would have taken on his phone as the original photo. You can literally see the individual hairs in his eyebrows in this one. He's not fading into the tile, and you can actually see that his shirt is green. The same pastel green that we have in the videos of him walking into Costco and going into Albertsons. So I say again, is the scratch in the room with us? Because it sure doesn't look like it. And why the state got away with producing this as their evidence? No. Why mainstream isn't asking this very simple question that I did all the work on for, I don't understand. But this should be a problem. Take away Datelines. I don't give a damn. Take away Datelines. Why does the state's look like that if this one over here is the original? Why is the state's evidence shit when this is the original? Why are they just allowed to lie? So many lies. It's really crazy. So many lies. It's a pastel, very, very, very light green. And if you look at the Costco, videos, it's the same very, 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 very light pastel green. They lied the whole time. That's why when What's-Her-Face came out and was like, oh, the guy that I saw in the 4-door car had on a white shirt with a collar, and they produced that photo, they made it look like he had on a white shirt with a collar because that's the photo that was taken the same morning of the murders. The damn shirt's green. He also doesn't have blondish red hair. Crazy shit, right? Other members of the WSU criminology program also observed wounds on Kohberger's hands following the murders. They were actually noticing those in October because he was telling people that he was going and boxing again. So I don't know where in the Pullman area that he was going and boxing again, but that was conversations he was having with people before the murders took place. So I don't know. The reports refute it. None of the members of the WSU criminology program, however, notified law enforcement about Kohberger's behavior or their suspicions about his potential involvement in the murders. Not just the program. Like I stated right here, not just the program. No students did either. None of the students that he had these interactions with, be it a TA, be it somebody who's just in the program, be it somebody that he was a TA over, meaning a student that was under him, none of these people called him in as a tip, even after the car. That's important. Video evidence led the Moscow, Idaho Police Department to believe that a white Hyundai Elantra may have been involved in the murders. Not at first, it didn't. Not at first. On November 25th, 2022, the Moscow Police Department asked the Pullman-Moscow area law enforcement agencies to be on the lookout for a white Hyundai Elantra. In response to this request, on November 29th, 2022, WSU police officer Daniel Tiango searched a WSU database for white Elantras registered with WSU and identified a 2015 white Elantra with a Pennsylvania license plate registered to Kohberger, residing at 1630 Northeast Valley Road, apartment 201 in Pullman, Washington. No apparent action was taken by WSU. Exactly. And remember when so many guilter channels were coming out and being like, oh my God, they had him since 11/29. It's in the PCA. Oh my God, they had him early. No. They hated when that truth came out because there's email correspondence and information from Chief Jenkins saying that nothing was ever turned in. So all those guilters that had all that bullshit going on were proven wrong pretty fast. Pretty fast. 1630 Northeast Valley Road is an apartment complex that houses WSU graduate students and is referred to as Steptoe Village. WSU owns and operates Steptoe Village and had provided Kohberger with a residence there as part of his employment with the university. On the same day, November 29, 2022, at approximately 1 a.m., WSU police officer Curtis Whitman was searching for any white Hyundai Elantras and located a 2015 white Elantra in a parking lot at 1630 Northeast Valley Road. This car had a Washington license plate, but it also was registered to Kohberger. Now, remember, this happened all within 30 minutes. This happened all within 30 minutes. Them pulling the vehicle information from the whatchamadoodler, the database, and home dude walking around in the parking lot and seeing it. All within like 30 minutes. No action was taken. The 2022 fall term then ended in mid-December, and Kohberger promptly returned back to his family home in Pennsylvania. Only after the murders and after the semester had concluded did WSU make the belated decision to terminate Kohberger's teaching assistantship, cut Kohberger's funding, and remove him from the program. Where is the date? They have dates from all of these things, and they still do not have a date for this. We have heard that, again, it was December 19th, the exact same day that MPD got the call with Bryan Kohberger's name and only Bryan Kohberger's name from the FBI. Do you not think the feds didn't contact WSU? Probably even before the 19th. There's no way that they didn't, which is also, thinking about it, maybe another reason why Chief Fry didn't want any information or any help from them, because he probably knew that the FBI contacted them and that maybe they knew a little bit of something before MPD did about this guy because they were being asked questions about him. So to me, it sounds like they got rid of him before it could get into the media just a few weeks after the bullshit that was just in the media about these cops. As in to make it seem as if they did something when they really didn't, because there was no standing to do something. But now they risk what could possibly happen because of this situation and how the feds are involved. Both of these schools are shady as F. Both of them are. As part of its ongoing investigation into Kohberger, the Moscow Police Department obtained Kohberger's cell phone records in an effort to determine if Kohberger stalked any of the murder victims prior to the killings or conducted surveillance on the King Road residence. He didn't. He didn't. A subsequent examination of Kohberger's cell phone confirmed that he was stalking female students at both WSU and the University of Idaho, with dozens of photos of students, many in bathing suits. And I'm going to continue to say that this is false until there's proof of that. We've seen no proof of that. We have seen no proof of that. Kohberger's cell phone records also revealed that he had been in the area of the King Road residence at least 12 occasions prior to November 13th, 2022. All but one of these occasions occurred in the middle of the night. On one occasion, Kohberger was in the area of the King Road residence on August 21st, 2022, from approximately 10:30 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. Now, I'm pretty positive that's the date of the Latah County Sheriff pullover. But just because he got pulled over at the shopping center area does not mean that he was in the King Road area. It doesn't. And they've said that how many times now? How many times? So once more, we're going to play this one more time.
This discussion of the possibility she may have had a stalker. Have police been able to stand that up, or not? They seem to be knocking that down.
Obviously, any of that information would be new to us as well. She was extremely cautious. She was very vigilant. I think that she really would have noticed something and she would have said it to us. She wasn't, scared to get us involved in her life in any capacity like that.
Kaylee said when everyone was gone, me and were at the sorority house for a meeting, and it was only Kaylee, and she was taking Murphy out to pee. This was a while ago, and she said she swears she saw someone staring at her while she was taking the dog out to pee from the backyard.
How long ago that was?
There is no proof of the situation at the bar. That bar owner was asked to provide proof of this electronic note that they had about Bryan Kohberger, and he refused to answer several different people, media-wise, about that situation. And even in the reports, there's no proof that Bryan Kohberger's information was in the electronic system. This is a story that was told from someone who refused to give receipts. That's important to know.
Be a month.
Mr. Kohberger allegedly stalked one of the victims. That's false. You know that to be false. Which one? That Mr. Kohberger allegedly stalked one of the victims. You knew that was false. For anybody who had never heard that before, that question is now planted into them, unqualified representation that Mr. Kohberger stalked one of the witnesses, and that's false.
We do not have evidence that the defendant had direct contact with 1122 or with residents of 1122, but we can put his phone in that area. There are many residences in that area. It's a dense population of mostly college-related occupants.
So, again, I don't know how they can sit here and put false information in this damn filing. 2 different law firms worked on this piece of trash. I could have written this a million times better and not have been a repetitive mockingbird for no reason. On December 30th, 2022, Kohberger was arrested for burglary and 4 counts of murder at his family's residence in Pennsylvania. Also on December 30th, 2022, WSU issued a press release regarding Kohberger's arrest in connection with the quadruple murders. Law enforcement officials in Pennsylvania have arrested Bryan Christopher Kohberger, a Washington State University graduate student, in connection with a quadruple homicide that took place in Moscow in November. But you notice that on December 30th, 2022, they're still calling him a graduate student. They're not saying formally a graduate student at WSU. That's important too. On behalf of the WSU Pullman community, I want to offer my sincere thanks to all of the law enforcement agencies that have been working tirelessly to solve this crime, said Elizabeth Chilton, Chancellor of the WSU Pullman campus and WSU Provost. This horrific act has shaken everyone in the Palouse region. We also want to extend our deepest sympathies to the families, friends, and Vandal colleagues who were impacted by these murders, Chilton said. We will long feel the loss of these young people in the Moscow Pullman community and hope and it doesn't finish it. In the press release, WSU's Chancellor and Provost stated that this horrific act has shaken everyone in the Palouse region. She further stated that we also want to extend our deepest sympathies to the families, friends, and University of Idaho. We will long feel the loss of these young people in the Moscow Pullman community and hope the announcement today will be a step forward towards healing. It wasn't, just more confusion. The press release further indicated that Kohberger had completed his first semester as a PhD student in WSU's criminal justice program earlier that month, which is true because nothing happened with his position there until after break started. On December 31st, 2022, WSU served a belated trespass admonition to Kohberger, signed by WSU Chief of Police Gary Jenkins, which we have this, we've seen this before. And again, if you're somebody who's already been fired, why do you need to be trespassed? I always found that strange. But we've read this before. We've gone over this before. It's old. We're not going to read it again. After being served with the admonition, Kohberger signed an acknowledgement. This was given to him at the jail. This was served to him at the jail. As part of their investigation, law enforcement took into evidence several electronic devices possessed by Kohberger, including a laptop computer, desktop computer, hard drives, and a cell phone. As set forth above, one of the amenities that WSU provided to Kohberger at his apartment in Steptoe Village was free internet access, both wired and wireless, through WSU's ResNet internet connection. Forensic examination of Kohberger's devices revealed an alarming and menacing history of internet use. Kohberger had performed many internet searches regarding home invasions, burglary, co-ed killings, and serial killers. And again, for literal assignments. For example, Kohberger had researched a serial killer named Danny Rolling. Again, this is the Gainesville Ripper, and we have discussed this case. Rolling, known as the Gainesville Ripper, murdered 5 college students and became the inspiration for the slasher film Scream. In the middle of the night, Rolling entered a college apartment through a sliding glass door, masked and dressed in all black, and stabbed his female victims to death using a K-bar knife. Chilling facts suggested that Kohberger murdered his victims in a copycat fashion. And again, we did discuss this. Kohberger also performed internet searches about psychopaths and paranoia. Again, for literal freaking assignments. Kohberger searched for porn exclusively involving non-consensual sex acts using terms such as aggressive, forced, drugged, sleeping, passed out, and voyeurism. And again, this is the only one where I will not put a concrete opinion on because I don't know if this is for an assignment or if this is for him. I don't know. We can't say that we know. I can say that for the majority of everything I've seen so far, they're claiming that this was done on his phone, but they're sitting here complaining about WSU's laptop that he had and the internet that he had. Well, just because they had wireless internet doesn't mean that he was using it. He could have been using his own data. Lots of cell phone plans come with unlimited data, so there's that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he was assigned anything that has anything to do with this at the time or not, because we don't have access to all that paperwork. We also don't know the exact dates these things were searched, and we don't know how many times these things were searched. Because if it was just like if it was a one-day thing, then to me, that's an assignment. If it's something that he was looking up regularly, that's a personal thing, and that's a problem for me with what he's looking at. But we don't have the details. We need the details. Kohberger's cell phone also contained numerous photos of female students at both WSU and the University of Idaho, including acquaintances of some of the murder victims. Prove that statement. How can they sit here and make these statements when we over here know for a fact that the families don't have information? And they're the ones, besides the public records, that this information is coming from. We have not seen the photos that came from Bryan Kohberger's phone. No one has released the photos that came from Bryan Kohberger's phone, except for the Google Drive link we got from Celebrite. And again, they only gave a shit about sending out selfies for some reason. We've seen nothing else. So how can they sit here and say that there were pictures of people that knew the murder victims on Kohberger's phone if they've not seen the photos, if the evidence has not been released? They're saying some wild shit. Apparently, in preparation for the murders, Kohberger turned off his Wi-Fi and cleared his search history. Forensic examiners believe this was in an attempt to conceal his location and the potential evidence that would show he was not at his WSU Steptoe Village apartment at the time of the murders. But again, they were tracking whatever was happening after he would have left the apartment. So if he was really trying to conceal his location, why did he wait until after? If he turned off his phone, why would he have waited until after he left his apartment and already started his trail of leaving his apartment to then turn off all that shit? He's giving you the first few steps of the path to follow him and then wanting to go off grid for what? That doesn't make sense to me. That makes no sense. And remember, the 7 minutes. The 7 minutes. So important. So important. On his school computer, forensic examiners found that Kohberger had made extensive attempts to delete his internet usage for the period of the month before the murders. There was evidence that Kohberger had been using his computer during that time period. Well, I guess freaking so. I'm guessing he was using his school computer during school time. And he made attempts to delete specific details of this use. You mean like he deleted his browsing history like everybody does? Everybody does that. You get to a point to where things aren't working right, things aren't loading correctly, and you have to go clear your cookies, clear your browsing history, clear your cache. You have to go clear all these things in your internet browser. This is not abnormal. This is not abnormal. Some people have it set up to where your browsing history for the day gets instantly deleted the second you close your window. And again, he could not have gone in and forensically gotten rid of anything because he did not have administrator access. Somebody in WSU's IT department would have had to have done all of that. So if there was anything on there that he was deleting, they could have gotten the information from WSU. They didn't. They didn't. And that's something that I guess I haven't really actually seen anybody mention the fact that there were no search warrants for WSU when it came to their internal stuff. They basically sent stuff over to Brett Payne and then he made a report about it. That's what I have. That's what I have. But when it comes to them actually doing a search warrant for anything, there's none. And I don't remember any creators mentioning that. I didn't even honestly pay attention to it. And they should have. They should have done a search warrant for the internet stuff, anything that they had history of when it comes to his school computer and stuff like that. Maybe the school computer search warrant itself, but not really, because that doesn't go to getting network information from WSU's internet. That just goes to the device itself. So it is pretty interesting that we don't see a search warrant for the internet stuff on the servers. Forensic examiners believe he was manually cleaning up his tracks in the lead up to the murders to conceal plotting, planning, and selecting of victims that he had performed on his computer online in the preceding months. No. And again, these school systems are backed up. There's nothing he could have done that would have deleted it. And they agree. WSU would have possessed details regarding Kohberger's use of WSU's ResNet internet network in the form of logs and other user data on its own servers that would have been unaffected by Kohberger's attempts to conceal and delete his browser history. There's no indication, however, that forensic examiners were given access to WSU's data, which upon information and belief likely still exists unless WSU has deleted it. This means that Moscow, the FBI, and ISP all collectively didn't bother doing this? Or is this one of those things that the FBI did when they shouldn't have, and so they can't use the information? Because we've already seen proof with Amazon that they went in and got a bunch of information about Kohberger's accounts before there was a search warrant. That was from a long time ago. So then I have to question, did they go in and get information from WSU the FBI way, and there's no paper trail for it? It's just a lot, because here they go lying some more. It is reported that Kohberger had followed some of the murder victims on their Instagram accounts and had repeatedly messaged one of the female victims who rejected his advances. They put this straight up lie straight from Steve Goncalves' lying ass mouth in this court filing. Social media stalking, social media connections, any freaking thing. None. I cannot believe the embarrassment of this filing. These attorneys are shit. And if they're big firms like they look like, they probably have somebody watching this live right now knowing that we're reading through the filing. How you doing? You work for a company that doesn't know how to do a damn thing right. These lies in here are absolutely insane. On May 22nd, 2023, the Latah County District Judge entered a plea of not guilty for all charges against Kohberger. Then on July 2nd, 2025, weeks before his trial was scheduled to begin, Kohberger pled guilty to all 4 counts of first-degree murder and burglary in the November 2024 murders of Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan. On July 23rd, 2025, Kohberger was sentenced to 4 consecutive life terms, without the possibility of parole. Following Kohberger's sentencing, the Moscow Police Department and the Idaho State Police began releasing portions of their investigative files. Yeah. And they don't say anything like the bullshit that y'all are putting in this file. They literally state the opposite of what you have here. The investigative files contain numerous interviews with WSU employees, faculty, staff, and students that had interactions with Kohberger during 2022 fall semester, as described in the foregoing paragraphs. Yes, that you repeated shit about 1,000 times. These police interviews, along with other evidence, demonstrate that WSU had extensive knowledge of Kohberger's discriminatory, harassing, and stalking behavior beginning as early as the first week of the 2022 fall semester, but repeatedly failed to take proper, necessary, and decisive action to address Kohberger's behavior and eliminate the imminent and serious threat that he posed to the Pullman Moscow community and to the 4 young victims. Now, this is a lot of the stuff I'm not going to read, because it goes back to protocols. It goes back to procedures. It goes back to a bunch of nothingness. But it talks about liability. Liability on WSU and the fact that they should be responsible for things. All of the things that we've already read. Liability extends to third-party misconduct when the university doesn't do shit about shit is the basics for this entire thing right here. The WSU officials fail to escalate and are properly, decisively, and urgently act upon reports of Kohberger's actions. Yet they have a November 2nd, 2022 improvement plan that they're claiming is supposed to be based on these reports that they're now claiming WSU took no action on. I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing y'all maybe being a little bit exaggerative about stuff, because nothing in that paper said that this was due to any sort of reports about his actual behavior. There's nothing there to prove that that's what that's for. It goes on to talk about how they didn't do a comprehensive enough background check. But again, if he actually doesn't have any charges for stealing his sister's cell phone actually on file, then it wouldn't show up. So there's no way they didn't do an accurate background check, because they would have had to have done the background check for him to be at WSU. They would have had to do even further background checking for him being a TA, including fingerprinting, as far as I'm understanding about teaching at all. I know substitute teachers that have had to do fingerprinting stuff because they're going into the school area. So I don't know if it's different for colleges. I don't know. But also, he also was doing, or tried to get, the assistantship at the police department. So the police department, in order for them to go in and even say, hey, yeah, we want him to come in and interview, they're going to check all that shit. They're going to check all of it. So they can't say WSU didn't do a background check. If his background is not dirty, it's not going to come back as a red flag. And again, they go here with them having some sort of control over him. Again, with the policies, the medical benefits he had, and all the control that they had over every aspect of his life. That's all that this is. Kohberger was under WSU's disciplinary authority in the setting. They're putting everything on WSU. They're also saying they didn't punish him. But again, if they're showing us a freaking plan and no cops were called, then what is really happening? If you are so serious that you've got to escort somebody out of their freaking office every damn day, why are you not involving the police? That doesn't work. That doesn't work. WSU only took sporadic, minor, and ineffective action to address Kohberger's inappropriate behavior, including informal discussions with faculty, putting him on a brief, vague, and non-specific 4-point personal improvement plan. Well, that brief, vague, non-specific plan should probably tell you something. I mean, to me, it does. They mentioned the 13 formal complaints. We haven't seen a single one. We've only heard after the fact information when it came to ISP interviewing people. WSU had the ability to terminate Kohberger's employment, eliminate his funding, remove him from campus housing, and eliminate access to the WSU Reset Internet Network. WSU ultimately did terminate Kohberger's employment and eliminated his funding, but not until after he had murdered 4 young students. And again, they don't give a date. But we know that as Kohberger was in Pennsylvania, he was actively grading papers. He was actively working. Only after Kohberger's arrest for the murders did WSU finally serve Kohberger with a trespass admonition prohibiting his presence at WSU. Before the murders, WSU had substantial actual knowledge and notice of Kohberger's extensive and repeated instances of discriminatory, harassing, and stalking behavior. And again, students that were not mandatory responders, people that were just regular schmegulars that had nothing to actually do besides being college students, none of them reported this shit to the cops either. None of them took it anywhere else. 13 formal complaints. Not a single one resulted, not even again, with the husband and wife, where you've got your wife at home twice, and someone is coming onto your porch and someone is knocking on your window on purpose when you're not home. You see a car fleeing. You have two instances where you have to come home and no one calls the damn cops. I'm a cop caller. Okay. I've never had an issue with the cop not doing what needed to be done. It's always once it's no longer in the cop's hands. My problem has always been with the piece of shit prosecutors. The piece of shit lawyers, the ones I've had to deal with here in Texas with my problem. It's always been the prosecutors. And here we have again, stupid ass Bill Thompson coming out here and telling us they've got literally nothing, but not giving a shit because his retirement's coming along and he just wants it out the way. I've seen too much of this shit to not be mad about it when I see it again. Because I'm not the only one. There's a lot of us. Thousands. And yet they still just do the shit. Like we don't see it. Like we don't call it out. They do it on every level. Because they don't care. They don't care. There were numerous discussions among WSU graduate students teaching, blah, 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 blah. Okay. The members of the WSU criminology department, most if not all of whom were mandatory reporters, were tracking Kohberger's inappropriate behavior, but failed to properly inform and alert WSU administrators. But again, they did. There was an improvement plan. You don't have an improvement plan if there's not discussions about things happening. But what's being discussed with a vague improvement plan like that? It doesn't seem like the things that we're reading about. Ultimately, however, WSU received at least 13 formal complaints of discriminatory, harassing, and stalking type behavior by Kohberger that were presented to a WSU administrator whose duties are to address such complaints. But there is no indication that WSU acted on those formal complaints, but there is the improvement plan you're telling us about, or that it acted in an urgent and decisive manner commensurate with the imminent and serious threat that Kohberger posed. WSU faculty recognized the need to stage an intervention on Kohberger very early on and months before the murders, but failed to ever do so. But they had the conversations and they did do things. That's why I'm so confused about the lies and the back and forth, because they're telling us things that were done while telling us that there was nothing done. And that's really crazy. Kohberger's supervisor at WSU even advocated that disciplinary action not be taken against Kohberger out of fear that he would sue WSU, thereby putting the financial interests of the university above the safety of the Pullman Moscow community. But again, I say, if they had proof, if they had receipts and actual factual evidence that he was doing all of these horribly discriminatory and sexually harassing and homophobic things, how could he sue? How could he have the receipts and the legs to stand on to sue? This tells me they didn't. And again, this is the professor that did not like him. This is the professor that came out and did interviews and talked shit about him in the reports claiming we can't fire this guy. There's no stance to it. That is important. Important. WSU also exercised significant control over Kohberger and the environment in which the harassment occurred by implementing an official policy that tolerated sexual misconduct, harassment, and stalking, and discouraged complete and accurate reporting of occurrences of misconduct. And again, they were doing this as the police bullshit was happening. I don't see how this wasn't taken seriously if it was true. If anything, I feel like they probably would have gotten him kicked out of here faster if there was anything behind it. And they just keep repeating that they were aware and did nothing. They were aware and did nothing. They were aware and did nothing. It's just the same thing over and over again. Talking about that he lived on campus, that he was given free internet, all of it. And again, I say, y'all said that the corn was on his phone. So what does his school internet have to do with literally anything? We know there was no Instagram. We know that there was none of that. And again, all these red flags, they didn't take away his internet. Grounding him like he's 5. That's crazy. Evidence indicates that Kohberger had engaged in stalking behavior of one or more of the decedents for months before he committed the murders. That's a freaking lie. That is a straight up lie. The people that put him in prison for life said it was a lie. After the murders, a forensic examination of one of Kohberger's computers revealed that during his time at WSU, he had performed many deeply troubling internet searches about serial killers, home invasions, co-ed killings, and porn depicting non-consensual sex. And again, that's his field of study. I don't know about this one. I don't know the man to know what he's into. But this, field of study. Kohberger, however, made significant effort to delete his computer activity in the month before the murders, which forensic examiners believe was a deliberate attempt to conceal his plotting, planning, and stalking of the decedents. But then again, what did we have? An entire list of all these YouTube videos that he watched. He cleared his history and tried to delete everything, but left everything that he searched up about serial killers. It wasn't just YouTube videos. It was like a website that was like an archive for stuff. All of that was left on there. But he was hiding stuff, trying to delete shit. Come on now. It cannot be both ways. It can't. Had WSU been monitoring Kohberger's use of the ResNet internet network, it would have been aware of these efforts to plot, plan, and stalk decedents. Yes, because a criminology student searching up serial killers would have been a red flag for the college internet. No, it wouldn't have been. It wouldn't have been. Additionally, WSU possessed information about Kohberger's use of ResNet in the form of server logs and other user data that would have remained in WSU's possession despite any efforts by Kohberger to delete and conceal his internet usage. Reports indicate that Kohberger had been stalking. Okay, let's just go back again. Y'all can say whatever you want to about that, but if nobody asked WSU for that information, then why is that even in this lawsuit? You have not proven if the information is still there or not. You literally said earlier in this report, if WSU did not delete it, you have nothing in way of that scenario at all. You're assuming and putting a bunch of blah in here because you think you need to. This is dumb. This is dumb. This is where they get real stupid and use the word reports in a blatant ass lie. I would love to know what report this is. Please produce it, because you notice, again, no footnotes, no citations, no shit at all in this damn thing. Reports indicate that Kohberger had been stalking one of the decedents on social media, and to the extent that occurred through WSU ResNet network, it is volitive conduct that occurred on the WSU campus. So they are lying the lie that Steve Goncalves has lied for 3 years now and claiming that this lie took place on WSU's internet. And like I said, if there was ever anything on that end that he did delete, it would have been on every other end of those things. It would have been on servers. It would have been available from search warrants. And those messages would have still been available on the victims' accounts. There's nothing. In that clip I play about the stalking stuff being false, social media is also mentioned in that hearing. Maybe it's one we need to go back over. I actually was thinking, not anytime soon because we've got a lot going on, but maybe towards like the beginning of next year, maybe we can start going through the hearings and re-listening to them again on the dates that they aired, like just to make sure that the dates are matched up for going back and re-listening to stuff. But there's a lot that was said that we did catch back then that we've got proof of things for now. And I know some people don't want to go back through the old hearings because like a lot of people think it's just done and over with or whatever, but to me it's not. So we might go back and listen to all. I know I want to. I mentioned it before and we've done it a couple times, but I want to think. I actually think I want to do it in more of like a scheduled type deal. We'll see. But anyway, no report says this shit. They're freaking lying. Kohberger also possessed the murder weapon for months before the murder. There's actually like no proof at all that he actually took it with him to Pennsylvania. Like there's not proof at all. As a matter of fact, like the knife that they did find at his parents' house that they listed as the #1 inventory item, they've already said that that's not the knife. But they have no actual proof that he even took it. Besides them wanting to say that he used it to commit the crime, they have no actual proof he even took it with him. But they're using it as a violation that WSU should have been responsible for because WSU says you can't have any sort of weapons like that and no blades more than 4 inches. And this just goes into the same thing over here, right here. The decedents, Goncalves, Mogen, Kernodle, and Chapin, all students at a federally funded university in the same community, were also deprived of and permanently denied access to educational opportunities and benefits when Kohberger stalked them. No, he didn't. Planned his attack, proved that, and violently assaulted them and ultimately took their lives. Yeah, you really don't have no proof of that, though. WSU's acts and omissions alleged herein with respect to the discriminatory, harassing, and stalking behavior of Kohberger against multiple female students deprive students of the full benefit of their educational program on the basis of sex in violation of this title code thing. Like what? Y'all didn't call the cops. Not even the husband with the wife at home being messed with at night while he's not there. No one called the cops. WSU failed to exercise its supervisory. I don't even care to read all of this stuff right here. It's the same thing that they've been blaming WSU for the entire time. Negligence. Plaintiffs incorporate by reference each and every allegation stated above as if stated herein in full. The exact same thing again. WSU had a duty. WSU failed. As Kohberger's employer, WSU had a duty. WSU was negligent. WSU had a duty. WSU was negligent. WSU owed a duty of care to everyone else who wasn't paying attention to everything. An act or omission may be negligent if the actor realizes or should realize that it involves an unreasonable risk of harm to another through the conduct of the other or a third person which is intended to cause harm, even though such conduct is criminal. WSU was negligent. WSU adopted waiver 21 and didn't use it. WSU had a duty to use reasonable care to control Kohberger. As described in detail above, there was a definite, established, and continuing relationship between WSU and Kohberger. The relationship between WSU and Kohberger was unlike WSU's relationship with a typical individual student. We don't know how other many students were having issues. They can't sit there and assume that either. That's dumb. WSU offered Kohberger employment as a teaching assistant, and it just goes into the same bullshit all over again. They brought him here. As a result of that, it's their fault. That's what all of this is. You brought him here. It's y'all's fault because y'all brought him here for a job position. And y'all had him sign all these agreements. And you had a duty to do certain things. And you didn't do certain things, even though you had all these resources. Again, they were in the middle of the insanity with the police doing like dumb shit. And they should have nipped this in the bud hella quick in order to avoid any more chaos because of the situation they were already in. And I will stand by that. That's my personal opinion, that it was not something that got their attention away from Kohberger. That would have been something that would have made them, again, in my opinion, pay closer attention and act accordingly. And if they didn't get rid of him until after the feds was snooping around, then that tells me that there wasn't anything there enough to do anything about. Again, the real reports could come out and I can change my mind, because we can do that. That's what an opinion is. You change it based on facts. And right now the facts are telling me exactly what I'm telling you. If the reports come out again, I can change my mind. I want the reports to come out. I'm hoping we get depositions. I want to know. Actually, I want both. I want depositions of what people are going to say now, but I want those original reports from prior to 12/31/22 when everything went stupid, because that's the date that the world caught on fire. That was the next day. It went stupid. I want to know what was said prior to that, because that's the truth, not the after. Not the after. And again, WSU foresaw this happening. WSU didn't use waiver 21 for their threat assessment. Hiring Kohberger and bringing him to the Pullman Moscow community without conducting an adequate background check and other pre-employment vetting, which they did all those things. There's no way they didn't. They failed to adequately train and supervise. They failed to follow policies and procedures. They failed to report his to timely report inappropriate behavior. They failed to report predatory behavior. Permitting the Criminal Justice and Criminology Department to address Kohberger's behavior through informal, piecemeal, indecisive, and wholly inadequate faculty discussions and ad hoc responses instead of urgently involving appropriate WSU administrators and law enforcement. The administrators were being talked to. You're sitting here telling us campus security was taking people to their cars, but where's the reports? You don't have a single police report for this man. There should be police reports. If it was so serious, where are they? Failing to monitor Kohberger's inappropriate use of WSU ResNet. And again, Korn was apparently on his phone. So everything you're claiming he was using WSU's internet for are all things that they've already come out and told us did not happen. Were not true. There's no way these idiots don't know this. Yes, the whole damn thing is nothing but a bunch of repetition. All of it. Like all of it. Numerous complaints being mismanaged, failing to discipline him, keeping him on as an employee, failing to terminate until it was too late, placing the financial condition and reputation of WSU above the safety. That's not true. Their reputation was already in the middle of getting shit on as this was happening. And again, to me, one second. I had to get up and get a drink. Here's the Zeldy. Go big. You gonna stretch again? Yeah? Maybe? No? Just hanging out? Okay. Love you, bye. Oh, good. Okay. I'll go back to this now. Okay. We're almost done. Like, this is just a bunch of stupid shit at this point. Gross negligence, and it's all the exact same information. Outrage. Plaintiffs incorporate by reference each and every allegation stated above, blah, 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 all the same stuff. They're mad because nothing was done the way they think it should have been done. Now, here we go with the survival claims. They're all the exact same thing, except the names are interchanged. The wrongful acts and neglect of WSU, as alleged above, caused or contributed to the injuries inflicted on Kaylee Goncalves. Prior to her death, Kaylee Goncalves experienced extreme pain and suffering, anxiety, emotional distress, and humiliation as Kohberger repeatedly and violently stabbed her to death. And that is how it is put for all of them, with Steve Goncalves being the personal representative of Kaylee Jade's estate. See, there's the wrongful death claim. The wrongful acts and neglect of WSU did all of the things. Plaintiff Goncalves seeks damages in such amounts as determined by a trier of fact to be just under the circumstances of the case. And there is no monetary amount in the document. But it's all the same. So there's the survival claim, and then there's the wrongful death claims for both. And they say the exact same thing. Extreme pain, suffering, anxiety, emotional distress, and humiliation, as Kohberger repeatedly did the things. And then the wrongful death claim, saying that, again, their neglect to not do anything caused all the issues. But yeah, they all say the same thing. Reservation of rights. Plaintiff reserves the right to assert additional claims as may be appropriate following further investigation and discovery. You mean maybe some truths for once would be great? Because, yeah, and they want this. They want a jury trial for this. So that tells me there's going to be people coming in and testifying. We might get a little bit of what we were supposed to get for the trial itself. But that also tells me that they really do want to be in the spotlight, because this could be handled a completely different way. And instead, that's the way they're choosing to do it. That's the way that they're choosing to do it. So we'll see. Now I'm all dark. We'll see. I'm hoping Dylan and Bethany, I'm hoping that they have to come forward and speak, but I don't think they're going to have to, because Dylan and Bethany don't have anything to do with WSU. I think it's probably going to be like the people that filed reports, professors, maybe people that work at WSU, but I don't think it's going to be them. I don't think it's going to be them. So I don't know. I don't know. But the fact that there's so many lies in this thing is disgusting. The fact that Steve Goncalves knows that a lot of this information here is a straight up freaking lie that he came out and lied about, that he knows damn well that the facts prove otherwise, is disgusting. If they really wanted to file a lawsuit that was going to make sense, they could have left out the lies. They could have left out the lies. It's ridiculous. All right, you guys, we've been on here for 4.5 freaking hours. But we went through all 126 pages. And now we keep an eye out, because there's going to be a response. And it's the weekend. And we also know that WSU knew of the intent of this lawsuit when we found out about it. So they've probably already have like their lawyers and stuff ready to go to respond. So I guess we'll wait and see what the response is. I'm going to go cook dinner. It is late. But yeah, we're going to go live tomorrow at 11:45 to go over the King Road footage from, yes, this is why. Because if we keep going through the actual factual documents, we're going to keep saying everything they've said so far is still bullshit. Even more so now, because now we have the facts behind it to prove it's bullshit. Well, everything that they're putting in their filing is not true. That's wild. Also, I will have a new video out on my second channel, hopefully tonight. I already recorded it and I got halfway through editing it before we went live. I didn't expect to be live for so long. I really thought that I was going to be able to finish editing it and get it out before the 8:45 or 8:15 live that we were supposed to do. But it just didn't work out that way because this thing was so long. So keep an eye on that too. Hopefully I'll get that out later today. But for now, I'm going to go cook some Italian sausage Alfredo with cheese stuffed tortellini I got on clearance. I bet you it's going to be delicious. I bet. You guys, have a super great night. It is Friday. Try to stay off the roads and be away from crazy people. Thank you again for the super chats and the super stickers. Those of you who became members on your own and those of you who gifted memberships, I appreciate you guys so, so much, especially for those of you that have been in here hanging out for the entire 4.5 hours. Y'all some MVPs to be able to deal with that, because if I wasn't the one up here talking, I definitely wouldn't be able to sit here for so long. That's just the truth. You guys have a super, 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 super great night. Again, I appreciate all of you guys for being here. I'm going to go ahead and roll this out, and I will be seeing all of you guys tomorrow. Please do not forget to leave a like on your way out and subscribe to the channel if you are not subscribed already. All right, you guys. See y'all.